Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
I hope I open your eyes to the dimension of life. Life as a holistic life of your soul, which is part of the structure of the universe, not life as part of the physicality, which is part of the structure of this planet. And then we understand what the next step be if we are not prejudiced, if we are not misguided, if we are not narrow-minded, just to keep to understand what is here, I leave the rest to my soul when I'm gone. Then you find out you have a lot to learn to get to that point. I hope, as usual, I open another door, a crack in the wall, that it brings down all the misguided understanding of the past, and you become to enlighten yourself. If you listen, which is beautiful every time I hear it, to the disclaimer of every teaching, embedded in it, in the word of it, in the ethos of it, it keeps on telling you, this is individual cases. It's your job to investigate independently, to peer review if what they did suits me, if it's correct to me. It's not just for your illness, it's for the illness of your mind, your understanding of your own world of creation. And then you understand, even each intro gives you what I call independently, you decide. Does this fit me? Do I understand it? Where I missed? And does it go according to my intelligence? This is why we never have a peer review, because in the word of the disclaimer, it's your job to investigate to your understanding, and it befits you.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for March 23rd, 2025. This is our regular weekly program. Next week, of course, we'll be back in sync or the same separation time. Europe will switch to the Central European summertime. So at least in New York, we'll be back to a 6-hour separation, and that will apply to any of the other meetings you may attend. Again, I'm quite flabbergasted the amount of technology and knowledge that's being released in a very rapid way by the Keshe Foundation. So, of course, we're going to cover the 582nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. We'll take some parts of it and just try to examine it a little more. Again, this is for you to probe and you to understand this knowledge for yourself without any intermediaries in a way, or we don't need intermediaries. And he even seemed to indicate that we may run into some of these intermediaries as we travel towards the creator or even in the universe. And again, so many beautiful points. I've written down a number of points, but I've probably missed more than half. And of course, there's all these subcategories beneath each, but it's just an amazing amount of knowledge being conveyed. But overall, he said we are picking it up on the soul level. And as he explained at the end, teaching the physicality and then teach the soul is not the easiest way to do it. You teach the soul and then the soul teaches the physicality. He said most of the time it doesn't work backwards. So we are all absorbing more and more, but yet there's so much more to absorb. And I think it's an endless degree of maturity. And he said you may even mature to another level while you're listening to some of these teachings. So again, this is the beauty of Mr. Keshe as a universal teacher. He's able to transfer understanding and knowledge in a way, slowly, step by step, through the powers of the soul. And he said this is the way the souls work. Beautiful what he talked about, the magnets and the positioning, and to look at yourself as that little magnet, and you can make a change. No reason to worry about war and destruction when we can create the peace. And this is what the whole teaching, more and more of these are about. But before we go any further, does anyone have anything they'd like to bring? I know, Randy, you said that, but maybe after we read the World Peace Treaty, just to reaffirm our ethos, if that would be okay. And let's just bring up the World Peace Treaty if we can. Here it is. Very good. Let's make sure we're sharing it. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? This is part of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. Whoops, where did it go? This is part of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. And as we heard, I believe in the previous workshop, we continue the teaching, but it's more important to understand the ethos. And what is that ethos that we talk about? We're here to serve and not to be served. We're givers of life rather than takers of life. We're creators. The idea of trying not to harm, whether it's physically or with your words or with your thoughts, I think. So this is part of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. And he said this is where we want man to move into, to get to the point where it's just about serving the others. And apparently we don't particularly understand that fully, but this is the elevation of the soul of the man into the point of servitude for the others. You're there to give a helping hand or to elevate others, as I see it. And of course, stressing the point about the giving is much more important than receiving, even though in other points he said receiving is important as well. And of course, we have a lot of experiments to test on ourselves. Very easy to work with an apple. That's basically all you need is an apple, and you can start doing some of this testing of receiving and giving, or giving and receiving. I think it all starts with the giving aspect rather than the taking. And this is something we need to understand more and more. But it's the beauty of our creation that we haven't fully understood. And this is what he's saying. We're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. And this is how we can take and receive here on this planet in the matter state or in the energy dimension. And of course, if you're in the energy dimension in the universe, this is the protocol you'll be using. And again, I don't have all the details, But this does look like a beautiful time where man will be going into space and the energy dimension by the end of 25, and also introductions in a way to the universal community, which we always refer to as aliens. And of course, they refer to us as quite alien as well, but we're all from the same creator. So there's many, many good things. And of course, it's peace in exchange for advanced technology. But it's up to you. As he said, we've given you the components. It's up to you to put it together. So this is the World Peace Treaty. This is the document the world leaders will sign, the world religious leaders and others will sign if they want to share more and more of the technology and become peaceful. And this is the direction of the Keshe Foundation. Of course, it's not an end-all. It's only the next step in getting to the next step, and that's probably interaction more and more with our larger family, which we refer to as the universal community. Anyone would like to read the World Peace Treaty? And again, it's not necessary. I was able to hand out one to someone I had been sort of softly talking to, and I saw them on Friday. And then another person that was there said they wanted a copy of it. So the lady made a copy for the other one, and she came over and we sat down for a few minutes. And I just asked them if they can give from their energies at the appropriate time every day where we gather on that energy level. And then she says, "You mean I'm supposed to pray at this time?" And again, of course, as we heard in the 23rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, learning to pray through your soul. So it is a form of praying. And of course, we know prayer changes things. And of course, we know our souls, part of this magnetic field structure, can influence many others, and including ourselves. So this is the World Peace Treaty, founded the Keshe Foundation. You can find it on the internet. Just put in Keshe World Peace Treaty. You can find it on many search engines. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with and you can delete as appropriate, whether your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as a body or a soul. Simply not sign it, put your name, position on behalf of, and then have it witnessed if you can. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And I always thought the killing just had to do with other people in a way, or men, but now we're understanding that this whole idea of killing, which we never thought of it as killing, needs to stop, and we need to replace it. I don't know if it'll stop in one day, but he certainly has made a proposal to, I think he said with the Chinese government and with Musk, to put feeding stations on the satellites. And I guess if that doesn't fly, it'll go to some sort of drones or other apps or other ways. So this idea of killing and destroying needs to be replaced on a different way through energy exchange. I think this is the way the Creator feeds. And of course, as he said, do you need to take from what has been created or the love of creation, or can you take directly from the Creator that created all the things you're trying to take from? And I think this is where we're getting more and more. Again, we're using the matter state. You touch that apple, you hold that apple to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. So this is where all these things are leading to your energy dimension, which most of us deny or don't really think exists, or we call it a coincidence. But this is what's getting opened up for us in so many ways, slowly, step by step. And it's up to you to, I don't think I can force you into any sort of positions in now or in the future. but he did say we'd be able to isolate certain people for certain reasons on this planet. And again, I don't have all the details of that. I see someone else has joined, and I'm just going to, okay. He did mention yin and yang or yang and yin, didn't he, in this workshop? It's all the same. So this is the World Peace Treaty. Share it. You don't have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul. And that's what I told these two ladies that I was talking to. And again, they were a little bit, one of them had just heard about the knowledge. The other one I had been talking to. But again, it's you taking responsibility now that you're aware of it, of who you are, and some of your capabilities is to start to employ them on a regular basis, early and often, as they say. Well, shall we take a quick look at the workshop, or does someone want to bring something up at this point? Is there something somebody wanted to share? I know Randy was talking about the CO2 box, and he's discovered something new. And of course, this research is going to go on and on and on and on, just the way the knowledge is. I think it will be, if there are civilizations that just study amino acids, you can imagine this technology is going to touch every area of man's life. So how much research and how much development, it'll just be infinitesimal. And this is why the Keshe Foundation will be one of the largest and most powerful, or perhaps I should say more humble, organizations on the planet. Not that they're going to give away everything for free. That's not how it works. But it's a beautiful time, and what Mr. Keshe has said in the announcements is just amazing to me. More than amazing. As Rick had said, this is what he's been waiting for all his life, in a way. And as I see it, it's a gift. None of my projects or none of my developments in this technology are making it into the Keshe Foundation store, but we're certainly awaking to this energy side of us. And I think this is, as he said, the creator has made your magrev and set it perfectly into place. It's just a matter of us learning how to use it and to apply it. And this is the year that the promise of the holy books are going to be opened up. So,
Mark,
yes, Randy.
I want to try a screen share to see if you get the right screen.
Okay,
So,
it's no
share.
problem. Yep. And then you're going to
Yes.
highlight that picture you want.
Screen one, share, and do you see it?
I see 4 pictures of something,
That's great. So we're
pink,
doing it because
some tubes around it, but perhaps you'd like to tell us more. Obviously,
Okay.
we're all plasma scientists. We're learning more and more. But go ahead, Randy. Tell us,
Okay.
or share with us what you discovered.
Let me begin here. So let's start with the one on the left-hand side. So there is a 2,000 ml beaker with 7% saline, 50 mils of CO2 GANs, and 250 mils of CO2 plasma water. That is sitting in about 4.5 liters of CO2 plasma water. And the one to the right is what came from that after 24 hours. That's how much GANs was made, and that one after 24 hours using the DC power supply, and you'll see the voltages on the left-hand lower corner. On the third one, you see that there is a bunch of white tubing. That is hooked to a fish pump that's circulating the CO2 around the beaker, which has exactly the same amount of saline and CO2 plasma and the herb inside, which has got 60 grams of a herb. And you can see the differences between how much plasma was created from the two. The one that was circulatory has about 1,000 mils of GANs. The other one has a little bit less. But upon washing these ones, and these took a very, very long time to settle. So, and I have tasted this one compared to the other one I made of the exact same herb, made in a beaker without sitting to anything. The original one I made with this, it's called ATP powder. The GANS is all just a little bit kind of a creamy color. This time it seems that the color of the, when you take that drink and put it into plain water and stir it, it turns a little bit pink.
Okay.
So
That's what I was going to ask. Where did this? I was thinking you were using Himalayan salt or something
nope,
to get
nope.
that right.
It was
Okay, so that's the
it,
herbal ingredient
right.
that you've added to the system. And we all
Yeah.
know, I think that the CO2 is pure energy, almost
Yep.
like a white paint, and you can add any color to it and mix it, and it'll replicate it. The CO2 is a replicator. I know it's a connector as well, but in one of the instances we talk about, I remember Alex from Nigeria talking about it being a pure energy replicator. Whatever you put in, it seems to replicate.
Replicate it. And all I feed my cats is a mixture of CO2 and zinc, plasma water. That's all they've ever drank. And if you give them straight CO2, uh, it's too much chaos. They drink that and then they go bonkers for a few hours. So I mixed a little zinc in it. So basically, that was my experiment. And it seems that in terms of the energy output of the field energy, the GANs with that's got the circulating CO2 plasma water, that produces, like if you feel the energy of the GANs, it's about 6 to 8 inches larger than the other one.
Okay, anyone have any questions? Very nice.
So I've now put that in a 23-liter jug, and
What was
okay, I'm going to
what was
we
the
can take
herb
the screen back.
for?
Oh,
Like
it
astragalus,
was
or
all
was it something else?
that I'll have to look up. I have it, but I don't have it right in front of me. Just a
Okay,
minute,
maybe it was
maybe just a
specially
second.
compounded or something. You
Maybe I can find it. Just hang on here.
and you said this was somebody who was looking to perform in athletics or in perhaps in a
Yes,
marathon or
this was
something.
yeah. It's a person who's a weightlifter.
Oh, okay.
Person who's a weightlifter. Oh, okay. Here it says.
It's not those protein powders that they usually take, right?
Just a second here. No, you don't. You're still seeing. Okay, what it's got in it is. Oh,
Okay.
just a second. Whoops, just a minute. You're seeing my screen or what?
Yes, yes,
Peak
we see.
endurance 300-gram powder. That's
Okay.
what it is. That's exactly what is in that. 60 grams of it.
Now, could that person that you were helping with this, could they just continue to add water to this without adding any more powder? I remember somebody talking about if you wanted to make a fertilizer, and a lot of people use Miracle Grow, you could put some in a container like Miracle Grow and then add the CO2 water, and you'd have a never-ending supply of, if you wanted to use Miracle Grow, let's say. I think it's probably better using other methods, but that would be almost, in a way, a permanent fertilizer. You would never have to add more um, of the Miracle Grow because the CO2 would replicate it.
That's interesting. I'll have to try that with my
Hmm.
plant GANs I made that I put
Hmm.
on the garden. And
Right.
all the
And
plant GANs is basically CO2 made with pure carbon powder. But I just add tap water to it. But I mean, I never thought about adding more CO2 water to it.
yes, I've
But
even heard of people adding aspirin to it and have a permanent aspirin. You may not even
hmm,
have to drink the water. You could hold it near you. Again, there's so much research that needs to be
that's
worked
true.
out. And again, the matter state can be a little bit hard to understand fully, but we do understand it
Well,
through the soul.
this this was the teaching thing for the gentleman getting plasma water, and he said he wanted. I said, "Yeah, how to make the plasma? Come do it at my place and teach it." And then he takes it and he make his own water. That was the idea of this exercise. So
That's what I think some
And
some
then the
some of the people will be doing is teaching the others one by one. You know, you heard that expression, each one teach one. But I think as Mr. Keshe is rolling this
yep.
out in a massive, massive way, we'll still do the each one teach one, or maybe you'll have small seminars or conferences or things like that. But there's coming a massive rollout. And this is beautiful, Randy. Again, this is all new to most people,
Absolutely.
all new to understand
Okay,
this
I'm
interaction.
gonna stop sharing.
Thank you.
You're
Anything with
welcome.
the what was was the voltmeter just to check something?
Yeah, that's the DC power supply. So it's got that constant 0.71 DC volts and 0.771 amps constantly on all the time. Doesn't
Got
vary.
it. And I was
And
amazed. Yes.
it's
Go ahead,
very
sir.
important, the amount of salt content.
Yes, that changes quite a bit. I
So I
mean,
try to keep it between 0.9 and the 0.9 is the same thing as the human body. So I try to keep it 0.7 to 0.9 saline solution.
very nice. Anyone want to ask a question of Randy? And has the person picked up?
No, he's coming on Friday.
Okay.
He comes once a week.
Yeah, there's going to be so many things opening up. So thank you very much, Randy, for sharing that. If no one has any questions or something else to share, maybe we can just sort of go over the highlights of the 582nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop just briefly. Again, you can take hundreds of different points and subcategories within each workshop. Mr. Keshe seems to go around the universe and back to the planet Earth in most of these workshops. As he said, man will be opening these workshops up for centuries to come. And the more you understand, I think the more you get out of the workshop in a way sometimes. But he seemed to think that this method of soul teaching is quite powerful and it's working. Yes?
Yeah, I have an idea of something to try out for Randy or for me or somebody else, and that is from another application. We always used samples of the person themselves and diluted them, and then we're able to make what's called, I think, not a homeopathic, but a homeopathic of the person themselves. And that would then balance out the weaknesses in that person.
So what are you taking for a sample? A piece of skin or a piece of
You can
hair?
take a saliva sample or a piece of
Okay.
hair. Or we actually used voice transcription. We used a sample of the voice so we could transfer it over long distance.
Yeah,
over the
that
phone.
works too. Yeah, you can take, if you play, I have found if you play different sounds into plasma water and drink it, if you have sensitive enough hearing, like I put different frequencies in for different things, and it does work. So
Mhm. But I mean,
like Mark said, there's so much to discover here.
right. But if you take the sample of the person, it will hopefully balance the person, and that all the weaknesses that they need to have balanced.
Is that
That's
because it makes a direct connection, you're saying, or?
If you make a homeopathic of the person, like we diluted it several times. I used to have all that equipment.
Sure. Just leave an essence of the person the way the homeopathic works. You can't really find the thing that if you made a homeopathic lavender, if you tested for lavender, it would come up negative, correct? It's just the essence or the magnetic field impression, as I understand it.
There's another word of a homeopathic of oneself. I forget that right now. I can't think of it. But
Making a twin?
No, no. A copy of the person and dilute that. And then it's just like the homeopathic, the herb that causes a symptom, when it's diluted, it cures the symptom or balances out the symptom. So if you take the person themselves and dilute that person, then that diluted version, if you would put it in the GANS form, should be able to balance the weaknesses of that person.
Well, your voice has got every single emotion that you have
Exactly.
when you talk. So
Right.
sending the voice into the plasma water and then having the person.
Right, I know, but the guy was a Jehovah's Witness, and his superiors didn't approve of all this magic, so he had to base it on something material. So he used the
And
saliva
now we
sample.
know why. I mean, Mr. Keshe is saying we've put our soul into the wrong hands.
Right, but it was possible to do it with a saliva sample.
Yeah, again, it's going to touch every area of our lives, and this is the year where it's moving forward. So continue to support at the soul level, and as he said, it'll be our responsibility to disperse it in a way.
It's called a no-sode, as opposed to a homeopathic no-sode, I think. Anyway.
Yeah,
Good.
you're right, Irmgard. That's exactly what it's called. But remember that Royal Raymond Rife discovered that specific RF frequencies would not only affect the microbes that resonated that exact frequency when broadcast through a plasma towards the body. And when that frequency hit the microbe, it would destroy the microbe and have absolutely no effect on anything else.
Yeah.
He did that in the 20s with hardly anything. So imagine what we can do today.
Right.
Yeah, I had one of those,
Yeah.
and I've used it very successfully.
And it was interesting. I remember him saying just recently, you don't need the frequency if you have the energy.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And of course,
That's
he
correct.
said man has never understood how to create frequencies in the true way. So this is coming up as well. So as he said, he moved the goalposts quite far. I mean, we're taking a huge leap by centuries or maybe multiple centuries in the coming period. Again, it's not going to change overnight, but there seems to be a huge tidal wave of knowledge and technology coming forward in a massive way. And humanity is being prepared for this through the sun, through the other energies, and through events that even the leaders are creating. So this is a beautiful period to be alive and to see the change. But of course, he said we're going to get you out into space, and I think a lot of people may not come back. As he indicated, over the next century, this planet may become depopulated. As he said, the villages of the earth will have no value anymore, which is hard to understand, as we know, because this is the most beautiful place in the matter state in the universe, or at least one of them, as I understand it. Here's Gail. Let's just give her, let's see, Gail, here we go. So I'll just, would anyone like to, anything stand out for anybody in this workshop that they'd like to just highlight or mention? I'm just going to go through a few points, and as I said, I'm probably leaving out more than I'm going to include. And these are just some notes I've taken. And of course, Mr. Keshe, well, is there anyone who wants to share anything? Again, no one's wrong and no one's 100% right. Even holding the apple, he said, it's not the way I tell you to do it. This is not a religious movement. It's the way that you feel comfortable doing it. And this is what he keeps stressing. So again, your understanding is your understanding, and this is the way I believe the technology or the understanding should go. It's not an enforced understanding. And it's how you, what befits you in this knowledge and the way you interpret it at your level of understanding is just right where it's supposed to be at this particular time. So anyone want to share anything? I know he started out with the, yes? Did somebody say something? No?
No, I just put my phone down.
Okay, you may want to close the mic just in case. Okay, he started out basically with the drawing about connecting all these different magnets, and I'd like to play that video today. I think that's very powerful, again, about how all the magnets are connected to each other and also create entities in matter state and are also connected to the creator. So there's no doubt in my mind that we're all connected, even though that's another hard thing to, because we don't see any wires or any strings or any sort of things like that. It's all done through magnetic fields. This is the understanding of the energy dimension. We're all connected to each other, and we've never lost the connection with the creator. I know a lot of the religions say we need to save you and reestablish you and with the creator and all this, but as we understand, the creator's in everything. This is, your soul is built above and on top of the soul of the creator. So this is the connection that everything is connected to, and our souls are connected. Every atom's connected, even though it's hard to visualize this. But maybe someday, as more and more of these magnetic lines and fields become reality, that we start to actually see them, this will be easily accepted. And of course, he said our souls have been robbed in the name of religion. One of the expressions Mr. Keshe likes to use is they cash out your pocket and your soul because they want to be that intermediary, and it's quite a good business. So, and even as we cross the universe, apparently, there's going to be different, he said there's a thief around every corner. Whether it's here apparently or across the universe. So suggestion about going directly to the creator instead of stopping and going through all these different intermediaries. Of course, the stopping of the killing, which again is hard to fathom for most of us. I could never believe you could feed yourself without eating, but now we know that's a distinct possibility, and using alien technology, if you want to call it that, makes it all possible. So stopping the killing, but you still need to feed. So you start to use this connection of energy and not killing of the entity to take its energy. And this is a lesson that we can all practice. And he went into some details about the apple, and this is a great test, I think, for all of us. And what else? Again, we mentioned about 2025, fulfilling the promise of the holy books, and apparently Islam and the Vatican and the Jews are all expecting the Mehdi or the promised one. But as Mr. Keshe said, the promised one is not a man, it's actually the knowledge. And this is why the knowledge is so beautiful, and falling in love with it is quite beautiful as well. And man is going to be given the knowledge of totality, or this knowledge of life. As he said, we go from an energy dimension to a matter state and back to an energy. Now, I think man and many of the created beings, as he said, this is a gift from the creator in so many ways, that all the created entities will be able to understand this transit between the dimension of physicality and the dimension of energy, which has never existed before. As he said in that New Tomorrow video, we had the physicality inside the soul inside the physicality. Then you had to go through the death process, and then you had to bring the soul back, and all the mayhem going through the birth canal. This whole process, I'm sure people will still be born, but this whole idea of being, for a soul to be able to move between the two dimensions, this is going to eliminate that whole issue. And apparently this birthing and through the matter state does create a lot of mayhem. And of course, he continues to say we have not understood our own internal creation. And this is what he's trying to get us to focus on. You are that galaxy. We understand we live and exist in the universe, and the universe lives and exists within us. And apparently we can create any sort of magnetic field. More and more of this is going to be revealed, and through systems of the Keshe Foundation as well. And as I said earlier, no, he keeps stressing this idea of intermediaries. This is what we heard in the disclaimer, that you don't need any intermediaries or fake gurus or people to teach you. We learn from each other, yes, and the teaching will still continue for sure, But apparently through the soul, you have access to all the understanding. The soul has connection to everywhere. And again, the day of judgment is for yourself, not so much judging anyone else. And as he said, we're very eager to save a child in front of a runaway car or something like that, but we put our soul in the hand of thieves. And as he said, they've been teaching on the soul for about 4 years. This is the good thing, so we've made it quite far. But one of the problems is for 6,000 years we've been fooled. So this is why for a lot of people, they wrestle with this in their understanding for quite a while, that we could have been fooled for that long and blinded in a way. And of course, all that has been transmuted or transmitted in a way down through the RNA of your ancestors, as all of that is part of your creation in a way. You may not have the eyes of your grandfather, but you may look like you have the eyes of your grandfather, something along that line. Okay, man will be the creator, as he explained. We haven't given you all the secrets yet. So man will start this process of creation. But I think at this time, as he said, we show you what we do, but we don't tell you how we do it. Now that may be changing, as he said, there's a lot to teach and there's a lot of things to open up. But it's first going into the hand, as I understand it, of the governments and commercialization. So again, if you're going to commercialize something, I don't think you're going to, in a way, share that technology with everyone on how to make it. I don't know anyone in any sort of businesses that does that. Otherwise, their product line it wouldn't be viable. So I don't think at this point, but again, there's so many different ways this technology will open up. It's probably we'll be doing some things ourselves, but for example, the phone system he talked about, this is going to be commercialized through the phone companies, as I understand it, to create that secure network. But he did say collectively we're triggering the soul. So again, another gift from the creator. He said collectively we're triggering souls that they know their power. And this is what we hear in the creation or formation of the Universal Council. Try to be humble enough not to become arrogant in the power you understand and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. But this collectively is going on more and more, that we trigger souls that they know their power. And again, it's not a power to stronger eating the weaker kind of power. It's the power of the universe where the stronger feeds the weaker or elevates the weaker. And he talked about this transferring of knowledge as the highest form of detachment in so many ways later on. Again, I'm just covering a little bit here. Of course, he's also addressed this idea of the dream. And this is a disrespect to the soul when we say it was a dream. Maybe we need to change that to some sort of interaction with another entity or entities, or I had an interaction of fields, something along that line. But this is what let's say the mainstream has told us to call it, a dream. And this, he said, is disrespecting the soul. And of course, you decide your next position in the universe, he said, or you decide your future in the universe, nobody else. What else? About being kind to ourselves and to be kind to others. I know he said many times mankind has to learn how to be kind to itself. And I think the other entities as well. And what else was covered? Of course, he's talked about the apple, about the giving and taking. And this is something you can practice and see if that apple actually rots or it stays for longer and longer time. I don't particularly understand that, but apparently if you can give life to it, you can preserve it, or you can give it what you don't need and what you can give, and it can give to you what it doesn't need and also what it can give. So this is the process. And again, you don't even need a laboratory for that. You can start working with the apple and this energy transfer through the hands. And as he said, this will lead into the transfer directly from soul to soul. But we're using the matter state of the hands to reach the level of understanding of the soul. So this is going to come in the future. Let's just check something in our attendees list here. Okay, good. What else was covered? Anyone want to add? Of course, we heard about the Iranian New Year. We saw the table of the Iranian New Year, which was very interesting. And of course, that table is set up for 12 days and is taken down the 13th, very similar to the 12 days of Christmas. But he went through that, and I think I'd like to play a little bit of that. And again, playing these videos, you're being taught directly by the soul. All you have to do is listen, or maybe you don't even have to be hearing with your physical ear. If you want to hear it on the soul level, somehow you can make that connection without even the teaching coming through. But this is the way the teaching is working. As he said in the previous workshop, he's going to put his wishes into some systems that are being developed, that if you connect with those, you will be able to transmute in a way. So again, this is how the souls operate, but we don't fully understand that whole process, but this is what he's talked about. Again, releasing a number of new technologies never been seen on this planet before. Unknown technologies which will come in to baffle the man. As he said, it looks like it's going to be one or more a month in the upcoming period. When that'll start, I don't know, but you may get an idea when you start to see some sort of advertisements or videos, some sort of things on the social media or across the internet. They're going to be using that widely to disperse, almost like announcements or advertising before a product release. And of course, many people and other things have been lined up, as I understand it. Looking for professionals, of course, we've heard this a number of times in another number of workshops, that in a variety of fields, and I think it doesn't matter whether you're a housewife or a nuclear engineer. As he said, if we don't get back to you right away, just be patient, because in the future there may be a position or something, a different way you could serve the foundation. So with all this diversity across so many different fields in this planet, they'll be needing many people to do many different functions, and maybe you'll be doing multiple functions, or maybe you won't be doing any functions if you're traveling out in the universe, except when you come back to share the knowledge and the understanding of what you've experienced out in this universe that we're just sort of really haven't gone very far, maybe across the street. And of course, that's been in the matter state. As I said before, the phone company will commercialize some sort of secure network in a way. And I know he did mention about putting the feeding system on satellites, which I mentioned earlier, or proposing this to Musk and the Chinese. I remember a number of years ago, I asked about that, and why couldn't we embed it into the satellites or use satellites for that purpose? And he said Huawei was already a year ahead, or a year and a half ahead of my suggestion. So they've been working on this for 5 or 6 years, and now Mr. Keshe has made a formal proposal of these feeding systems be put there. And apparently there's quite a lot of hungry people within the United States and in so many places. So as he did, he went to the world governments 25 or more years ago, and he said, I can show the people on this planet how to feed themselves and generate their own power. And he did say that the first number of technologies that'll be released will be to help life survive. So I would think it would be some of the same things he originally proposed, meaning the ability to feed yourself. Not that you may know how to do it, but of course, using these systems, it seems to ingrain within you without you even knowing how to do it on your own in the future as you practice with it. So he talked about feeding. Then I would think, he said, talked about energy. So this is another thing you need for life. And then, of course, he's mentioning shelter in early part of 2026. Maybe this is what is meant by people will give away their houses in the future, when you can almost probably have a briefcase size item that can create magnetic fields, and maybe a tent-like structure that can levitate. I don't exactly know. They could be permanent, but none of these magnetic field structures are permanent. And then, of course, creating clean water anywhere on this planet, fresh water anywhere on this planet, or at any point in space. So these are probably the technologies: the feeding, the energy, the shelter, and the water will be probably some of the first technologies we see to sustain life, that people don't have to burn down an area and plant and then have to go find another area to sort of burn down and create that fertilizer and then farm there. This is no way, and to become slaves of others. So this is all part of setting the man free, as I see it. And of course, many people will be very pleasantly surprised, as you just mentioned, Richard Raymond Reif, who I think his work is not complete. And as he said, he'll complete the work of Tesla and other scientists. And I was so surprised when he said Tesla knew just a little bit. And again, we understand a little bit about that, but Tesla is one of the most prolific inventors of the last few centuries. I think many of the things we use today. But Mr. Keshe is saying they're going to complete the work of Tesla. So there are so many things, as he said, that we're going to make the man just dizzy in a way, with the release of so many technologies that he's never even heard of. So anyone want to add anything to that? I left out more than I included, but that was just my little synopsis in a way of some of the things. Of course, that video was played on, that you can find on the Keshe Foundation website. There's a number of these little videos. Let's just see if we can find that. There's the store. Oh, I guess it must have, let's see here. Yeah, here's the, if you go on the Keshe Foundation website, and you go down here, there's 4 or 5 videos. There's Fabio. And this one right here, original Keshe teaching videos. I think there's 4 of them in that playlist. So you just go on the playlist and you can see there's so much knowledge to be opened up. And that was another thing he mentioned about making sure, if because of the release of this technology, this is going to create some issues, even perhaps issues of attacking websites, which we know is not very uncommon these days, especially if you have the resources and the manpower to do such a thing. It can be taken down. And we've seen many, many websites taken down temporarily or permanently. So he's asking people to copy some of the work within the Keshe Foundation. I know it's already secreted away in multiple copies in various locations by the Keshe Foundation itself, but he said if they weren't able to raise it, it would be up to our ability to do that. And I've heard people are already starting to do that. And this was a warning that was brought several months ago again, especially when he talked about the magnetic field interruption of some of these cloud-based systems, which are most likely not in the cloud, but underground, and so on and so forth. So anyone else want to add anything? Something I left out? Because I did leave out quite a bit. But again, it's for you to explore, understand, probe for yourself, and not so much for anyone else. We're just trying to understand our own structure. And we have all the capabilities, but yet, as he said, with some of the systems we find in the Keshe Foundation store, we haven't taught you how to trigger it yet. So that's why I think more and more people, more and more products will be added to this Keshe Foundation store. And one of the products that has been added is these little soap dishes in a way. And of course, there's a whole line of soaps within the Keshe Foundation, and hopefully they've been reordered or remanufactured. They were quite popular. And this is a dish that, again, I think he talked about recharging in a way. So perhaps it's even adding more fields to the soap. Enjoy these unique handmade soap holders created for the use in your house to bring balance, peace, and joy through the plasmatic field interactions and environmental balancing. The Keshe Gans handmade resin soap holder can be used in with your regular soap bar or with the Keshe Plasma Care again, soap bar. So, okay, you can use it both ways. It will apparently energize or provide some sort of balance and peace and joy in your regular soap, but it can also work quite well with the soaps from the Keshe Foundation. Any thoughts, or has anyone purchased anything out of the Keshe Foundation store as of late, or tried to? But as I've been saying, this is where the gold standard is, I believe, in the Keshe Foundation store. And we know there's a lot of people making a lot of different items around the world. And of course, they're all going to be brought under one license in the near future, as I understand it, that nobody sort of produces the product incorrectly. And as he said, we haven't given you all the secrets. This is one of the reasons we have a problem in creating with the magnetic fields, because we haven't fully understood. We've run some simple tests. We've made a CO2 box, and none of those are simple. They're highly complex, or the Cup of Life one. He said it would take man centuries to understand what's actually going on in that Cup of Life one, and so on and so forth. But again, we don't need to make these items and replicate these items. We have access to these items, and I think they'll be getting less and less expensive as we understand. The more you commercialize something, you have the return of scale of economy in a way. So the more they produce, the less expensive. Even talked about the power unit going in the $200 range. So this is quite inexpensive, and I think most people would again sacrifice to have a power unit like that. But it may be even delivered through applications. There's so many ways this technology can go. And a lot of these things you see in the store are just put out to test what the Keshe Foundation is able to do in a way. So a lot of these things, like these Gans handmade resin mini aquariums, are only a temporary thing. He talked about a line of coasters being expanded, but most of this, as I see it at this point, will become collector's items in the future, or some sort of items that the Keshe Foundation initially made, which, again, most of this is going to be commercialized, I think, in the future. And then, of course, he talked about the transmutation session, which is another one is coming up on Friday. And he did say that they would be playing with the emotions and other things in this session. I think he mentioned it in the last workshop. And he said this before, that they have the ability through the fields to create joy, to create happiness within you, and even to create crying or weeping in that sort of way. And they're going to test that to see if you can hold position and a number of other things. So this transmutation, again, it's keeping Keshe Foundation free for humanity and helping the team to understand more, and the development will reach more and more people through your participation in these sessions, or through your participation in buying small items out of the Keshe Foundation store. Again, he said these items are more or less for tests to see if we can do what we think we can do. So you're keeping the Keshe Foundation free by participating in these transmutation sessions, and also if you're buying items from the Keshe Foundation store, or you're just using your soul or your energies to support the whole process and to elevate the team and the rest of the Keshe Foundation, that they have less sort of hurdles or pitfalls to have to navigate. But that's all part of the process. And again, they're well seasoned and anticipate certain things trying to block or coming in the way, but we can help with our energies as well to alleviate that, or make that a shorter period of time that that bridge is crossed more rapidly. as he said, the introduction of this technology is just not going to be solve all problems. This introduction of this technology is actually going to create other problems that we'll have to solve, like unemployment, like people that work in the mines and the rest of these things. The way farmers harvest, I think if people are feeding, they certainly plasmatically, they're certainly not going to be going to the grocery store as often. They'll wonder why. Some of them will realize why, and some of them won't. But there'll be a marked reduction, I think, in consumption or killing. And this will be, again, a gift from the Keshe Foundation. People won't even know the Keshe Foundation, and they'll wonder why they're not hungry, or hungry once every 2 days rather than once 3 times a day. So these are the things that are happening, and we're all, as he said, we're sort of the banner in a way of the Keshe Foundation, and we're not here by accident. This is not a coincidence that your soul brought you to the Keshe Foundation. There's a larger role to play, or perhaps just a supporting role until you actually transit out of the planet, if that is actually going to happen. And we've seen it happen with John and a few other people. So this is not unusual. Perhaps they fulfilled their work here. But yes, encourage you to buy products. No one else can make them. If they don't have the license from the Keshe Foundation, as he said, they're fake, because they haven't understood the full technology. Otherwise, I think and it's going to come into view where everyone is operating under the license of the Keshe Foundation. Of course, the cosmic ray material he showed on that table of the new year. Again, this is the gold of the universe, not man's gold. Talked about, again, if they touch Iran, he will release this gold technology, which he told us about in Sanya in March of last year, actually, where he said he would give the governments about 36 months, and then he'll show a 10-year-old girl how to create gold and make a kilo of gold every day, and the gold will become obviously worthless. Well, this is what he said about touching Iran at this point, that he'd release so much gold on the market it would collapse certain entities, let's say. So again, hopefully we go the easy way and not the hard way, but we'll see what these, I think he was specifically talking to the American government and the Israeli government at that point. So many, many things in the store to try, or as a gift for others. Don't just wait for a sale. And I've been using the GANS product here for feeding. It's worked quite well, as I've told in the past. So these technologies, as he said, we're offering you alien technology or advanced space technology in these products within the Keshe Foundation store. More and more will be added as time goes on. And as he said, these unknown technologies are going to be coming out in a very big way, month to month in the coming period. Look to the skies, I think he said, whatever that means. Okay, I think we should go to the announcements if we can. I know Ed decided to create a different sort of announcement. Let's just bring that up. And again, this was another very powerful forecast of the Keshe Foundation, where it's going and what it's doing. So let's listen to this, unless somebody wants to add something. If not, let's just make sure we're sharing this properly. Double check. Thank you. Here we go. And this is the announcements. Again, the release of the technology and a number of other things were discussed here. Again, these are none of my products, or I don't know anyone who's contributed to these products, but I think we all have just to be here and to continue exploring in a way. There's a greater plan. It hasn't been revealed, but let's hear the announcements from the 582nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Feel free to stop it.
number of new videos will be recorded in the next few days and weeks as we go, and will be released on the internet, explaining the new science and new technology, which will be backed by technologies which will be released by Keshe Foundation. We try to release one new technology per month at least, unknown, unseen, starting from next few weeks. We'll push this through our hands into the hand of governments and large financial, what we call commercial organizations, where we bring that change in. This is the announcement of the Keshe Foundation. The change will bring in 2025. Some 25 unknown systems and technologies will be introduced on a monthly basis. We do our best to be released in 25, 26 across this planet. They'll be released first to international organizations which can commercialize it rapidly, and to the governments. We have brought in some of the experts and some of those who are experts in diplomacy and politics, being at the heads of some organizations and nations, to bring this change rapidly through two hands of the commerce and diplomatic and political side.
So that's one of the reasons I don't think we'll be able to produce some of these technologies ourselves, because if you're entering into an agreement with somebody that's going to put some big money behind this, commercializing it, are you going to tell them, oh, I'm going to teach everybody how to do exactly what you're doing? That would be counterproductive. The corporation would not go forward with that, I don't think. Any thoughts on that? In other words, you're going to give the secrets away, which will come in the future in different areas, maybe totally different areas, but I don't think he wants to interfere with agreements that are commercialized. Now, maybe governments will take a different view of it, but certainly I'm not going to enter into an agreement where you're going to tell people, you're going to show me how to produce the ice cream, and then at the same time teach everyone else how to produce the same ice cream. So this would not be a viable business plan if you're a businessman to maximize the shareholder return.
This will bring new changes. In the next few days, few weeks, we introduced the first, what we call groundbreaking change technology in the hand of governments. And our principle with the governments is technology in exchange for peace. We do not go to the top to come to the bottom, we go from the bottom to come to the top. In a way, we share technology through large industrial organizations, corporations, which can dissipate the knowledge rapidly, and at the same time in collaboration with governments to bring changes for humanity. A lot of things you've seen in the past said by Keshe Foundation, and a lot of the structures we set up gradually come to work to bring that change. One of the most powerful organizations in the world of commerce and technology is set to be established. Everything has been done for it to start processing. The people, some of you know who you are, have already been approached to bring that change. And you'll be instrumental to create that condition of change through technology that forces peace. We will break the barriers of knowledge, technology, abuse of energy, and everything else. Randomly, we introduce new technologies to you, random, but it has a purpose for us to do. But we make sure before the end of 2025 and in 2026, We take man into space through transmutation and transportation of the Keshe Foundation technology, through governments, through structures which can rapidly dissipate the knowledge and technology across this planet. We bought, we set up, we structured for this day over the past 10, 20 years. And a number of new technologies which changes the process of the thinking of the man will go in the hand of the governments and industrial organizations in competition with each other, which means cannot be locked up. All the technologies were released accordingly to governments and financial organizations and commercial side, that it breaks through the what we call those who have been trying to centralize. I hope mankind uses this technology and knowledge to create peace. And I hope, as I said to you, 2025 and beginning of the spring of the cycle of Mitra, which starts from the past few minutes, will bring that change. We fulfill the promises of all the past times in the coming months and weeks. Many of you who are listening have been approached by the Keshe Foundation for the change, and you know who you are. Try to serve in your position with sincerity, as every decision you make will bring a change, will affect somebody's life on this planet and beyond. We are set to bring the change, and we plan to bring the change. The change will come in the end of religions, in understanding every man is there to elevate his soul to serve and not elevate to serve himself. We'll bring an end to the abuse of energy, to the abuse of what we call resources of this planet and beyond, where we use the fields of the universe to create the condition of life. The changes introduced in the first few weeks will be so radical that it'll change many governments, will create many enemies for the Keshe Foundation. Record all the teachings and keep that in case we get attacked, you can bring it up. All the teaching has been recorded and kept in the background in a number of locations across the Keshe Foundation structure. It's your responsibility to be there if they bring our system down, that you can put your system back up. Do not forget, with the release of these technologies, the oil industry, the energy industry, the material industry, the structure of the power on this planet will change. This is not a talk, as you will understand and you come to see in the coming days and weeks. We set the structure for this a long time ago. And now we have put the people we built in the diplomatic corps through the world presidents. We set the people who we understand and know in the world of space technology, in the world of commerce and commercial, all in motion in past 3 months, to be ready for the change which comes after 21st of March 2025. It depends on you how you stand, and it depends on you how you dissipate the technology and the knowledge. Keshe Foundation from now on is knowledge become a global structure because we set it so, And in the past few weeks, I gave you many hints about what's about to happen. We bring it in the back end of this year or early next year, direct contact and interactions with the universal community through the knowledge and the technology we dissipate, through governments, through structures, and in so many ways you will see an end to a lot of old ways and the start of the beginning of a new cycle of life, where we don't damage the resources of this planet, when we will not kill anymore to receive life, and where we are not allowed by ourselves to be used in the name of whatever we've been abused for. Political name, religious name, and whatever you put yourself under. The first three technologies we release will change and prepare the ground for equality of man in access to all resources to live a comfortable life on this planet. The next job after that is to dismantle the structure of the financial organization of this planet by devaluing what man has valued to be valuable to him. In the latter part, we dismantle the economical structure of the financial world through a structure of interaction of new systems. Later on this year, we introduce directly the first flight system, which uses what we call the field forces of the universe. Somewhere down this line, you will see the work of many scientists of the past that you could not understand the technology of. They understood a little part of it. They understood part of the process of the creation of fields and energies. And we complete that cycle. In a way, a full cycle process system. Many of you have been waiting to understand the work of the beautiful Tesla. We complete for you to understand the full understanding of the work of the magnetic fields leading to creation of energy anywhere in the universe, which Tesla just understood a little bit of it. We complete the process of release creation in the dimension of the fields as a matter state will make gold to have no value for man, as every household will have access to, will bring an end to the commercial use of banking system, will bring an end to communication system of satellites where man can communicate direct. Some of you already have received some of these systems, but in a way you do not know how to use it. We bring an end to man being caged on this planet. We move man from the village of Earth to move to the cities and to the planetary systems where the cities of the man will have no value. By the back end of this year, beginning of next year, systems will be introduced that will make shelter for every man, will feed every man, that man does not need to live for handouts. Man does not need to migrate from one piece of the land to another to stay alive, to become the servant of the others. Man become the traveler of the universe, and the technology, many of it you have tested, but you do not know how to trigger it. We'll teach all that process, and we'll commercialize it through the commercial structures and the governments around the world. All and everything about this structure has been pushed and set up in past few months. And as we completed it step by step, we have to be aware of those which will lose their power. they lose the power of energy, gas, and everything else, powered by the electric powers, that many nations in Africa have fallen behind the rest because of the lack of power. We replace systems which create fresh water at any point on this planet and beyond. New technologies in receiving energy through the central energy of the body of the man does not need to kill. Keshe Foundation team in the coming time will introduce, as part of this structure for man to learn, app system on mobile phones, which again your mobile phones will not be connected to satellite system, but connected through a new system of understanding the technology, which will come through the major corporations. Satellites have become obsolete, and at the same time, we introduce systems to bring conservation of energy back on this planet. No more mining, no more destruction. End of building dams, and end of destroying this planet with the accusation of nuclear technology. In so many ways, from today on, we physically set to bring the change. Where up to now we brought the change through the science and technology and teaching. Teaching will not stop. But in the structure we put together, through world politicians, through world scientists, and through the structures which Keshe Foundation has set up in the past, will affect the commercial markets directly, will affect the resources directly, and through it we disperse the benefit across the humanity through research and development. Within the next 2 years, we release so many new technologies, new understanding that systematically makes the old not obsolete, but as alternative of another way as is there, but not beneficial for man to be. We see an end to oil industry. We see an end to production of batteries. We see an end to recycling and damages man has done to water resources of this planet. We start the beginning of it. Technologies already on negotiation with number of governments, a number of major corporations, a number of small corporations, that they can bring that change, to bring the change in operation step by step. We use the commercial systems which is set up in the past to bring that change. We use political power, we use diplomatic power, we use every steps we can, but we will not collaborate with no religious organizations and no government which is connected to religions, because we open another door of abuse, where we expect these governments to return back to the order of the what we call democracy, and not the abuse of religion to create governments. We open doors to science and technology that by man understanding will walk away from the churches and the mosques and the rest, and there will be no one in there to teach, pretend to teach, or abuse. As I said to a diplomat very soon, all the properties of the churches, the mosques, temples, and the rest will be returned to the national assets of a nation, where the nation decides what to do with them. Keep them as a historical value or destroy them, that the man does not fall for the same abuse hidden in the back doors of the houses and the churches and the mosques. These are national assets and has to be returned to the nations. Some of the larger organizations we see, like Vatican, the resources has to be spread across all the nations where they built it and dispersed amongst all the same. We see the return of the stones of the Vatican back to Colosseum. is waiting for the orders of those who sit in it. We see the same with the Islamic world, and we see the same with the Jewish world. The same with the others. The only belief of the man has to be to his creator without no intermediaries, as the man will be knowledgeable in the work of the universe and understand the totality. I welcome you to a new future for humanity, through science and technology, and not in the name of fake religion. You have to understand. And it's your own independent investigation of the knowledge which has to bring you to the point of your maturity. And that maturity can change even while you're maturing because you understand more. Watch what will happen around you in next few weeks and times. Many of these videos will be released in an advanced way. We use the best way, the present, what we call communication systems. We'll use the internet in its full value to disperse the technology and the knowledge. And at the same time, we use the structures we set up before to commercialize the technology for those who cannot do, to have access to be able to do. I hope I fulfill my promise to my Creator, that by the time I leave this planet, I change the course of life on this planet through science and technology, and no other way.
Okay, that's quite a tall order and a long list of changes that are coming on this planet. Again, it won't be overnight, but it seems to be more rapid than it's ever been before. This is the time of the promises that have been in the holy books. Man is going to be elevated, enlightened, and in a way, start to create more and more as I see it. So what a beautiful announcement. And perhaps we should go to the part where he celebrated this table, this Iranian New Year table, one of the oldest celebrations in the world. And he said it's very special to him, or very precious to him, and he wanted to share it with all of us. So perhaps we can take a look at that. But any thoughts or comments from anyone? And again, they're looking for professionals, again, from housewives to nuclear engineers. Info at Keshe.Foundation. Write, share your willingness to support and expand the technology. And as he said, don't panic if they don't get back to you right away, because in the future there are more and more positions, I guess, or needs will be needed, positions will be needed to fulfill those needs, and you could be one of those. Again, even from the airport, as a ticket person or whatever on the new transmutation systems. As he said, these flight systems are going to be introduced this year. And again, the airport structure, perhaps we won't see many jets landing in the very near future. So the changes are just going to be phenomenal. I mean, in the past, we went from the horse and buggy to the automobile, but now we're going way, way past that. Numbers and numbers of technologies will be coming out. And this is all about elevation to peace and the interaction, I think, with the larger community, which we refer to as the universal community. So I think this is around, let me just see where that is, about this table of Noras, or Nowruz, as some people pronounce it. I thought that when I looked at that video Azar had put up, I thought they had said Noras. Let me just share here. Let's see where we can go with this. I'm just going to bring up the transcript. This is the beginning of it. So I wanted to find about 146. I'm just checking here. I think this is where we talked about the table. And again, I was never familiar with this until the Keshe Foundation. Yeah, okay, it starts before this. Let's see, yeah, here. So it's around 1 hour and 43 minutes. So let me see if I can just pull that up, and we'll listen to it while we read the transcript. And I think it's something, again, as he talked about, there's a lot of similarities between the 12 days of Christmas and the candles and the rest, but I think this goes much, much deeper. So if we go to about 143, or 142, somewhere around here, let's just see if we can pick up something here. I think this is the end of the magnet video, which I'd like to play before we do the Dome of Peace.
Many of you must have seen or been through the process of the Keshe Foundation and understand what we celebrate. This is what I share with you is what is called the table of the Iranian New Year table. This is in my house today, and that's how we celebrate. You put Christmas trees, you put candles, and in the traditional way we celebrate. This is called the table of New Year. 7 items with S. If you were with us in Sanya last year, you've seen it when the table was set by Azar and others for the New Year. The essence of life connected to this planet.
And he set up a star formation, as he explained here, a very interesting one. He's using these coasters that you can find in the Keshe Foundation store. Let's just see if we can find these. These are the coasters. I think he said, if you notice, you'll see these coasters under everything, I think, except the fish. And he said they created a star formation. So as many products within the Keshe Foundation store, he talked about putting one of these on top of the glass of water and below and see what you create, collect that material. But there's probably many, many uses, just like it is with the pain pen, many uses again, or with the butterflies, again, many uses I don't think we've even been fully aware of up to this point. So let's go back if we can. Okay.
And it has a lot of meaning. It has a lot of connections. As part of it, there are 7 items on this table which make the what we call Iranian New Year table, which out of what they call 20 million words in the vocabulary of Persian language, only these 7 relate to this table, which is made by earth. And it's edible and it's processed by only vegetables, and there is nothing else to it. The X symbolizes the earth, the mirror symbolizes the moving of the earth when it moves, and it shows the change of time. The fish shows the sign of the planetary system, and the waters and the seas and the ocean, and the apple is what we know brings a man to. We keep this table for 13 days, 12 days, and on the 13th day we dismantle it, as is the tradition now in Christianity, 12 days of Christmas. We consider the 13th of the month of the Iranian New Year as a bad omen day, which wasn't then, but it became, and when Iran became enforced to the Islamic religion, where on the 13th day of the New Year, the Arabs beheaded the Shah of Iran. And we took it as the end of the glorious time of Iran. And that's why the 13th day is considered a day everybody goes out to get rid of the nastiness which the Islamic world brought to the nation of Iran, to the monarchy and the emperor of Iran. And the rest is all to celebrate the light, the hyacinths, and the apple. Each one indicates one thing. The vinegar is the essence of man using, processing the cycle of life. And everything else goes with it. But there's something unique in this picture, which has never been before. As we enter the new cycle of the universal community, maybe some of the Iranians understand. The tradition is that we put a gold coin on the table to show the wealth and connection of man. On this table, there is a slight deviation, which will be from now on, is this item. This is the cosmic ray which carries the gold of the universe.
And I'm sure we've all seen this in the Keshe Foundation store, but let's just show that again. This is what he's saying. It comes in its own case, in a way, a beautiful presentation from the Keshe Foundation. He's calling this the gold of the universe. This is the one right here. This is €1,000. He explained a little bit more about the Keshe coins in this and the cosmic ray material and how it's in a way connected through donations and other things. But this is the offer he's referring to, and there's enough of this material made. He said there's plenty of it made, and apparently it's going out very shortly, if it hasn't gone out already. So this is the little ball you see here. As he said, don't open it. Don't try to play with this material. Is something you would hold in your hand or put, perhaps sit between them and so on and so forth if you had more than one. But again, he needs to show how to actually trigger some of these things. As he said, you have to work with them. But they have been tuned, as I understand it, to be, in a way, interact with the energies of the body of the man.
And it's put on the table of New Year as we enter universal community, and we celebrate the wealth of the universe and not the wealth of the man. And this is part of what many of you will receive in the boxes, which is on the way and getting completed to come as cosmic rays. When you receive the cosmic ray ball, look inside it, you see the gold of the universe and the rest of the wealth of the universe. And this has become the tradition of time. As we take the dimension of the soul of Mitra into the dimension of the universe through the wealth of knowledge and collaboration. Welcome you to the new year. And I'm sure 2025 is the change of time for man after thousands of years. Any question?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Let me see here. We'll have a couple of questions in our Q&A. And we did have a comment from Kay. Let me just read that. It's relevant, I think.
Okay, so we have a beautiful New Year celebration, and again, I just noticed these coasters underneath it, but I need to familiarize myself with what all these things mean. I guess the egg is the earth, and the mirror shows the movement, and the fish shows the planetary system, and again, a number of things here. I don't quite understand it, but it is one of the oldest celebrations, and again, if you want to say the technology in a way is coming out of Iran, as Mr. Keshe is a son of Iran in so many ways and has a long history there with that country, apparently. So I just thought we'd show this. Now, perhaps we go back to something a little more personal. It's about this feeding from the apple and taking its energies. Has anyone started that process? I don't have any apples, but again, this is just the apple as an example. You can interact with anything. As we understand, everything has a soul. So I thought I'd go back maybe to around 44 minutes here and hear a little bit more perhaps about this feeding. I'm not sure if this is the right spot. Maybe I should just take a quick look at the transcript, and thank you for the creators of these transcripts. They're so valuable. And again, download as much of this as you can, that it will be there in case of an outage across the structure somewhere. But I just thought I'd, okay, yeah, this is the 44. So I think let me just move this down a little bit, and I'm gonna bring this over here. We're gonna move it to, okay, 4330. I think we can start there, or maybe a little more. Okay, let's see if we can catch this at the right spot. I'd like to start here. It's interesting to be part of the human race, to see the weaknesses of the human race, to be able to save the human race from its own dilemma, its own pitfalls, its own shortcomings, and its own dimension of understanding. So in a way, it's a correction of the creation in so many ways. I thought it was interesting. A couple of times I've heard him say, you don't think the creator makes mistakes, or it's called mankind. But of course, he softened that up in future teachings in a way that the creator just sort of had a mishap. And as he said, when the creator releases fields, it's just released and it goes about doing its work. And this is why even the creator isn't aware of all of the creation and is still a knowledge seeker. So this is amazing as well. So let's see if we can, I think this is about coming up about this apple. Yeah, I give you an apple, you touch. I give you 10 apples, you touch it. Okay, so let's start here. And again, I think what he's trying to get us to do is to move away from the killing. Of course, most of us don't think of it as killing. And obviously, it's needed to survive, but we're learning a new way of actually interacting and connecting without destroying the entity. But again, this has taken a long time and a lot of ingraining. We've even created all kinds of structures from the stomach to the liver to the intestines to the kidneys to handle this feeding situation. But now we know, and again, it's almost like we call it killing or stealing, I guess, stealing another entity's existence to maintain our own. But this is kind of a hard lesson for most people, including myself. It took me a while. I just didn't arrive here and realize all this. I sort of had to work through it and test it, and again, I haven't gotten very far with it, but I've had some success, more than I expected, using some of the products in the Keshe Foundation store, namely that Nutrigans, which seems to be working. But now you don't need the Nutrigans or any of the products within the Keshe Foundation store, as you have the knowledge, and you just need an apple, or you can imagine the apple in the same way. This is what it'll lead to, I think, in the future. But let's start here and hear a little bit more. But again, it's up to you to reduce the killing of other entities. And we look so forward to consuming and eating in a way, because we've never understood, I think we've never looked at it as having respect for these other entities, which, again, we were never told that they have a soul, they have intelligence, they have emotion, they can recreate, and they're part of the creator. So this is the understanding that you have to sort of manage within yourself if you intend to go that way. But as he said, this helps with the transmutation in many, many other processes, that we understand a lot of the problems we have are what we consume. And again, only you know, and you can work with that, as I understand it. But there are systems that can help you with this if you're short or struggling with it.
Elevate your understanding of the process. It is interesting to be part of human race, to see the weaknesses of the human race, to be able to save the human race from its own dilemma, its own pitfalls, its own shortcoming, and its own dimension of understanding. And I hope we manage to strengthen this. We manage to understand this as part of the structure of the change which is set for man to come, to complete, and in so many ways to see the future of mankind by man himself. Then you understand why we gave you the example of the apple and the example of how you can take the energy from the apple without destroying it by using the magnetical gravitational fields, where the magnetical fields of it feeds you, where its gravitational field takes from you what you don't need. Very interesting point if you understood the teaching of last week. I give you an apple, you touch it. I give 10 of you apples, you touch it. And see which apple lasts longer, which apple rots first, which apple shrivels first, which apple shows different texture, and then you don't blame it on the environment. It's what you gave it which gives it that information, that energy. A joyful living life, you give them life because what you don't, what in a way you have so much of, you give to it, and you give life to that. When I gave you the example of the apple last week, that you take from what you need, remember one thing, it's taken from you what you do not need and what you have extra. And if we gave it joy, this is what I always said, when you touch something, it makes me happy to receive this. If it is within you, it's the same. If you give that much to that apple, you'll make it rot, you'll make it shrivel, you make it become much better than before, because that touch, you gave the kiss of life. You gave the information, you gave the energy which you don't need. And so, if you want to see that apple thrive and be there for centuries, you have to understand what you give: joy, pleasure, life. That I'm not there to take, I'm there to give you, because then somebody else, when touches that apple, does the same. It becomes the essence of life. Don't look what you take, look what you give. That what you give doesn't become the source of the demise of the other which receives it. That's more important than what you receive, even though you might receive none. But watch that apple, how fast it's destroyed. Watch the apple, how long it lasts on that table. Then you know the true yourself. Am I the real giver? Am I there to enlighten, to give life to, or am I just a sucker to take? And I still play angels. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next few minutes, I'll leave you for about 10 or 15 minutes, is my root seeds within the belief of trust. And I love and live through Mitra. Those of you who were with us last year in Sanya, We celebrated together the coming of the spring, the year in the new year. We have celebrated this day for thousands of years. The science of man could measure to the second when the winter finishes and earth enters the spring. And today falls round about 1 minute past 10. And I usually spend this time with my family. I leave you for a few minutes with Rick to play an intro while we celebrate the coming of the new year.
Okay. Any thoughts or comments on this apple test? Does he really mean the apple could stay there for century? Again, this is a test for people to work out from themselves, or is he just using that as some sort of far-fetched thought? Because we know the apple will decay on its own. But again, this is another laboratory test that doesn't take much. You don't need any copper, and you certainly don't need much else. You can start with the apple. And this will lead into the interaction from soul to soul. And this is what he's teaching us when we do the creating of the Dome of Peace and the elevation of the world leaders and world religious leaders. That giving to support, to elevate, not to harm. So this is part of, again, your interactions into space as I see it. You're going to have to learn this process. When you meet another entity, you cannot consume them because you're short of energy. You'll have to give and receive. And this is the process or the ethos of the universe. So I think he's giving us an opportunity to practice it by giving in this Dome of Peace or spreading the Gans water or interacting with the apple. We're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. But it's for you to put it together. As he said, we've given you all the components. It's up to you to, in a way, assemble them or make them work in a way. But as I said, there are systems within the foundation to help support this and support it in a bigger way than is even possible. And as I said, the feeding will come through the satellites. You may not even be aware. All of a sudden you'll say, how come I haven't eaten today? And of course, it's all counterintuitive. As he said, when we ate once every 3 days, years and centuries or millennium ago, we used to live 700, 800, 900 years. Now that we're eating as much as we like, as often as we like in some parts of the world, we're lucky to make it to 90. So there's a lot to do. There's a lot of connection in this understanding of taking others' energies to sustain your own. And of course, as we understand, the creator doesn't kill any of its creation to exist. It absorbs fields before they're made into the love of creation or the matter state, if we could put it that way. Maybe we will play this little video about the magnets before we go into the Dome of Peace. Maybe only half of it. I think it's about 18 minutes long, so we'll just play about half. And again, this is what you've seen in the video about the moving of the other magnets. But as we do the Dome of Peace and the elevation of the world leaders and religious leaders, as he said, your soul, pick one of those magnets. Your soul is one of those magnets, and it's causing the others to change position with, again, not interacting physically, but on the energy dimension. So let's just take about 10 minutes of this, and this will, in a way, prep us for the Dome of Peace. Again, I think we'll be reviewing these teachings for years and decades into the future, as some people will pick it up right away and others will take longer. But again, maybe it's not learning so much with the ear, but the transfer from soul to soul. And this is the way the teaching seems to be going, and this is the way apparently the souls operate, not so much in the matter state. As Mr. Keshe said many, many times, I don't deal with the doorman or the physicality. I go straight to the general, which is the soul of the man. So we'll take about 9 minutes of this and then do our creation of the Dome of Peace.
I come back around about 5 or 10 minutes after 10, when the actual time of the change is just about around a few seconds from now.
Okay, well, I did find a magnet video. If you want me to blast you back into the past of the December of 2017, we could briefly look at that if you like.
Right.
Okay, just get organized a bit here.
So again,
Recording in
just
progress.
applying this to our intentions or creation of this Dome of Peace.
Okay, this is from the 201st Knowledge Seekers Workshop, December 7th, 2017. And Mr. Keshe wanted me to find the magnet video. I'm not sure if this is the magnet video that you're looking for, because we've done magnets, I think, a few times. But does this look familiar? Is this what you're looking for?
Yeah, that's as good as anything else. Just let it play.
Okay.
Pick, before you start, all of you, pick one of them to be your soul. And pick one of them to be the earth, and pick one of these to be the sun, and one to be the, what I call, the universe. And see how your soul affects it, and see if you are affected by the others. Then you understand how we are in this universe.
And this is, again, a beautiful example of what we always say in the Keshe Foundation. We use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. So thank you, Rick and Mr. Keshe, for bringing this beautiful example again, which, again, there's so many things I haven't seen or I've only seen once and forgotten about them. So again, this is instructive for our work in elevation, and giving and taking.
But there is trillions of these in the universe. Choose one of the magnets before you start the video and see, that's my soul. See how your soul reacts, and how, without you having anything in it, in a way, it moves around, and how the others affect it. Don't look at the physicality, look at the interaction of the fields. Which field could interact or interest or, in a way, make you to move? Choose a soul and let's play. Go ahead. Do you want to play it?
Yeah, I'm clicking. It's not playing. It's being one of those. So let me just try to jog it a little.
Do you want to reload it?
I might have to. Let's see here. Oh, there it goes.
We have respected your wishes. You see these magnets all have fields and all collectively have decided this is the position we take. The shape, the size, the color is irrelevant. Because collectively, I have decided with the other magnet on the other side that this is the position I take for him to be there. Each magnet, as you see, you can compare it to soul of one of you. If I bring one of these magnets close enough to a position near to another, even though you cannot see the interaction of the fields, because these fields are dynamic all the time, leads to creation of a matter in the state of the power of the magnets. So every one of them is capable to create matter states at the dimension strength of the field of the transition between the two, and every one has a capability of manifestation of physicality. You call one the sun, you call one the earth, you call one the soul of the man, and you call the other one the soul of physicality. Why do we call it the soul of physicality? Because it has a soul that in dimension of its existence, in interaction with the fields of the soul and the earth, has led to manifestation of its physical dimension. This is exactly what Peter showed us months ago. The interaction of the fields of the soul of the man and the physicality soul in interaction with the third dimension, which is the fields of the earth, has led to the creation of physical manifestation of the man. This is, if you understand, a matter is made, a matter state manifestation of the existence as we look, exist on this platform. Each one of these fields, each one of these magnets in interaction with each other are creating different matter states amongst each other and between each other. Because they need them to decay that the others can use. Collective consciousness of sharing collectively the totality of the energies which is available. You want to understand this? This is the state of peace. This is the state, in a matter state we can achieve, but in the physical state of the man we have not understood. In the interaction of my knowledge and my physicality with your knowledge and your physicality, we make a bread. That's the physical manifestation of our interaction of the fields. We make a car, we make a pen. In the interaction of between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality, we make the human body. In the interaction, the presence of the third dimension of the field, which is the earth. In the interaction of the sun and the soul of fields and Jupiter and Saturn and Earth, we make other things. Because each one has a soul of itself. The sooner we understand this, the sooner we achieve the state of the magnets we see on this board with the soul of the man, then collectively we have entered in into a new dimension, which is a collective, universal community, collective peace, collective consciousness of peace. Just move any of these magnets, Rick. We all have to move to accommodate a peaceful transition. Doesn't matter about the size. You see, when he releases it, it moves back and the other one comes into scene, because this is where we are all at peace. You make a wrong move, the whole thing collapses. This is what we have to step into. This is what we collectively have to realize.
Okay, any comments? But let's just equate these little magnets again with our energies or our emotions in a way as we go into the Dome of Peace. And let's use our little magnets to change the position of the others, perhaps. Again, we leave that up to the soul. Our job is to give. And every day at 9 p.m. Central European Time or Central European Summertime, we meet on this energy level. The magnets join together. We're already all connected, so there's no problem. They talk about unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. So we're a collection of many different fields, each one of us, and together they create a beautiful bouquet of fields, and we can direct these energies towards world leaders, religious leaders, other people who we need to change a position of. But again, we leave it to the soul to pick up the energies and to change a dimension within a dimension of physicality of that entity. We're not giving to the person, we're giving to the soul. So every day you can spend 1 nanosecond of your life and build it up from there to give to this process. But this process, don't wait till you get into the universe. Otherwise, you'll have much to learn at that point. So we start practicing now and applying it now and understanding this dimension of giving and taking in the energy dimension. I think the receiving is automatic once you give unconditionally. So this is part of the process. You're welcome to join us. I think you'll be proud of the person you are, and you'll be proud of the work you do, and you'll be proud of the difference you're making by just using your energies. Again, this is a conservation of energy. We're not physically going out and carrying placards or writing emails so much and all the rest of that with bullhorns in this way. We're actually moving other magnets through the collection of the souls, as I understand it. So this is part of the process of bringing peace, and it's also part of the process of you understanding more about your energy dimension. Let's just go back. Whoops. We need to go back to this one and we're on. So this is the first step of the Dome of Peace. And of course, you can join the Brazilian team. Let me just see if I have that here for the daily intentions. They meet on Wednesday at a certain time. I think it's 6 is it 6 p.m. Central European Time? And then there's daily intentions. There's video chats on Saturday, I think. There's their workshop on Fridays. So you can see all the different places here. You can contact the Brazilian team, who's basically doing a yeoman's job, if we can say that, of spreading the knowledge and coordinating many of these activities for the Keshe Foundation. It's just one of the teams, and all the teams will eventually come together under this one knowledge. So I like to show this because they do have a beautiful program. And as he said, they're creating many beautiful documents, which you can find transcriptions and indexes and other things. And now in coordination with some of the other teams on the planet, the Chinese team, they're starting to use the AI to do more of the work, I think it is. And even Ed was exploring this Keshe Foundation AI that's being set up, and he actually made a beautiful little song today. I should have downloaded it and played it, but again, all created by the AI with just a few words. And again, it's royalty free, and there's no patents on the music or the lyrics. So join the Brazilian team if you can. If you like a meeting in the matter state, again, they go into the energy dimension, of course. Or you can just join if you're working or busy or don't have access to a computer. You can join on the energy level. Or you can join both, as these are at different times and part of the day. So feel free to join them. And to join with the rest of us. It's a collection of magnets, let's say. So this is the first part of creating the Dome of Peace, and this is the use of the Gans water, again, elevating the soul of this planet by putting energy into it, I think, and all its inhabitants. And I think as we stop the killing, we'll release less energy from this planet, and the planet may have more energies, but we'll have to see how that, if that's even correct. But I think the killing of slaughtering of animals and the rest releases too much energy out of this planet, and that's why it's short, and in a way has to take it back from the created things on this planet. But I could be 100% wrong about that.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, again, something for our physicality to do. If you're not sure of how to make Gans waters, you can go on the Keshe Foundation wiki. Some of the explanations are a little bit long and maybe a bit convoluted, but you can contact other knowledge seekers or other ones in the different platforms. It's a very simple process of creating this. We've never really understood the transmutation in a way from energy to matter state. And this is the water we release, not the actual Gans. So you can just fill that container back up and take the top third or half of the water, depending on how long it settles, and use that in this process. Again, it's something for our physicality to do. Now we're going into the energy dimension, which again, we're not so familiar with, but we're becoming more and more familiar of our capabilities in this dimension. And this is what the foundation is opening up, this mystery. We thought we were totally matter state, but we have a huge energy dimension that's been mostly untapped and unaware of. So this is part of this process of becoming aware of your other dimension of energy.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here? Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the Gans, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the two eyes. And we ask you to spread the guns, waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Okay, thank you, Shweta, and thank you, Stefania, for reading that. And again, this process will continue until we reach that permanent peaceful condition on this planet. So as we've heard many times, this is not a day job, but it's ingraining, I think, within you this confidence. You're building your confidence in the energy dimension, which of course, this is one of our biggest issues. We haven't trusted ourselves. And this is what blocks a lot of things from happening. It's not the knowledge that you need. It's more about the trust within yourself that you are created and that you can make an effect. And as Mr. Keshe said, the beauty of this whole process is nobody, I emphasize nobody, fails this test. So we all have different fields or combinations of fields, and those collectively can bring the change if the soul of the entity we're sending them to decides to pick them up and to change a dimension within the dimension of physicality. And as he said, many of these people are very low, so they need a lot of elevation. So this process continues. Let me just put up the background. It says 5 minutes, but we're just going to take about 2.5 minutes so we can go to our next part of the workshop here. So thank you all. We'll just take 2.5 minutes. Let's collectively use our magnets. Again, just imagine that soul as a magnet that can give and can receive. Right now, we're learning more and more about the giving. We've been conditioned to take, and now we're being, in a way, conditioned or brought to a level of understanding of the giving is more important than the taking. So thank you all, and we'll just take 2.5 minutes and we can begin now. And thank you all for your continued participation in this process. I think we should move to our next segment, which of course is with Alex, and we look forward to that as well. Alex, if you're ready, hopefully you haven't fallen asleep at my lengthy verbiage here, but let's see what you would like to share with us today. And thank you again for being here. We appreciate your sharing and teaching. And I know you're going to start with the disclaimer, which you already have up, and we see your screen. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Mark. And shall we do the beautiful disclaimer? Here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you, everyone. I want to thank everyone for being here with us today on this beautiful Sunday, and extending the Keshe American Knowledge Team. Before I get into it, I just want to thank a special angel who has helped me this week greatly. And I don't want to mention any names, but they know who they are, and it's with extreme gratitude that I'm conveying that today. But I also want to extend extreme gratitude to all the panelists at the meeting today, because we have to question what is more powerful, the work of one or the work of the many? And it becomes a difficult question in terms of understanding, because it has to do with positive and negative charges. It has to do with the direction of flow. It has to do with the field strength. And it has to do with our understanding of how things work. And do we understand how things work? So we've had a lot of contentious issues. And so here we go. The Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science. We are in the advanced inertia stage, and we are going to talk today about chakra levels. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is March the 23rd, 2025, and this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we left the intermediate inertia series, and what we were trying to demonstrate, of course, is that the effects of two fields create one. And in our point of view of that one field is really what is important. So is the arrival of that one field all we have, or is that part of an ongoing process to go to the next? And where exactly is this, and how can we determine our position? Because we don't really have a map. per se. But as we go with this advanced inertia series, you can see that it's part of a continuous teaching process. And in addition to the thousands of hours that are teaching from the Keshe Foundation, we tried to distill it into smaller classes. And so we're discussing various advanced levels, trying to help not only the mature students, but the new students. So they have a lot to catch up, but maybe they can go a lot faster than we did in the initial stages. So this inertia that we're talking about, and a lot of us see it as a chakra, and we're trying to figure out, well, what do these chakra levels mean, and why are they so important? Well, it's only half the picture, you see, and this is the whole point, because what they tell us is that where exactly we are on the hesitancy highway. We know that it's the lowest energy state. And now many of the wagon trains are westward bound. And the reason for that is we are part of the new world, aren't we? And that new world was only basically explored 400 or 500 years. And the rest of the world seems to have been thousands of years. But is that true? I mean, and that's what our history tells us. But whether it's true or not is irrelevant. What is relevant is what has happened and transpired in the process, because we are searching for outer space. And so we have to raise our chakra levels to get on that plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. And we need to emphasize the fact that it's a little pie, a very little pie in the sky, and we all strive for it, and we place an enormous amount of importance on that. But the fact of the matter is, it's a little pie. And we do that at the expense of looking at the big pie. And the only reason we don't look at the big pie is because in many ways it's hidden from us. And the capabilities to explore that are also hidden from us. So how do we basically develop the means to explore that? And what we do is we go to bed every night. We have dreams. Most of us don't remember them, but we do sleep. And where exactly do we go when we sleep? And so very few people are able to ask that question, because very few people are able to answer that question. But there are people who do try and answer it, and the plasma science is definitely trying to answer that. And we try and put that together in a concise way. So we did it, scientifically speaking, by the books of Baron Tevakoli Keshe, book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter, where we bring the matter, the dark matter, and the antimatter together. And these are all different energy states. And they come together to create one. And then there's the structure of light in book number 2, where we see that there are 2 matter states. And somehow the light travels from one to the other. And then book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, where the 1 matter state splits up into 2, of which we have a sister universe, which seems to be far larger than our little tiny universe. But our tiny universe is acknowledged by only our little tiny presence on a tiny planet within there. So it's a small scheme of a small scheme. And one of the reasons that it's so small is because we're fragmented. And so for 370 weeks in a row, Rick Raman and the Universal Council have tried to bring together one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. It's a lot of work. And it took a lot of understanding, and it took a lot of understanding of the role that we play and the true intention of what we're trying to achieve. And can we achieve that in a singular form? Or do we have to do that as a team? And what team are we talking about? Are we talking about only the team that we can see? And that's what we're talking about today, because for some reason, as we got here, someone gave us some commandments. And most of us knew of 10. Now we added another 14 for a total of 24. Why do we need these commandments? Do plants have commandments? Do animals have commandments? So if we came from the transmutation highway and we want to go back to the transmutation highway, do we need these 10 commandments? Or do we need these 24 commandments? Or is that all there is? Are there more commandments that we need to know? And how do we summarize that? And so when we look at the connection to the universe, we find that the connection is through the carbon. And so we see the ratios where we look on the physical state, carbon 12 to carbon 12, in its duality is a one-to-one relationship. But when we get into the transition state, the carbon 14 is a 1-to-4 ratio to carbon 10. And when we get into carbon 16, the transmutation highway, the ratio is 2-to-1, carbon 16 to carbon 8. But this transmutation highway extends even further, because much of the highway is what we see, but even more of the highway is what we don't see. So again, we're only seeing our tiny little bit. And so it leaves us with a kind of a funny look at our life. And the point comes with respect to consistency, because that is relevant regardless of where you are in the universe. So some people believe that it should be chaotic. Our existence is random. And so that philosophy is also consistent within our history. But that is brought together by the scientific community that is looking for some kind of consistency in understanding, in the religious community looking for some consistency in our beliefs. But we're at the point now where we have to look at the practical application of bringing together the plasma science from the scientific and the religious community to come together. And in order to do that, we have to figure out what factor is at play. And the reason we have to look at that is because we are bringing two fields together. We are bringing two fields together to play as one. And that's kind of the theme today, because we see that there's an intensity relationship between the scientific community versus the spiritual community. And so what we're seeking is a magnetical and gravitational balance, which in the plasma science, we call it a MAGRAV. And so it's not a means of obliterating the previous fields. It's a matter of adding to the knowledge. And how fast we add to the knowledge is determined by the rate of change. And how can we change the rate of change? So we need to develop more skills. And so what we tried to do was develop our skills as four-wheelers, and to understand the difference between natural creation and natural decay. But then we find out that anytime there is a creation, it comes from other fields. And so that becomes a kind of decay, but it's an unfortunate term because it seems to imply a gain as expense of a loss. But in the decay, it's also part of creation. And so that's a loss for the purpose of gain. And so which is it? Is it the creation or is it decay? And so it's both, because there is a bonding factor. That's what we're looking for, this inertia bonding factor. And without being able to explain it, well, we kind of have to fudge things because we may have a problem identifying whether it's a reflection or an illusion. And so here we are as pioneers in America still trying to figure out how to catch up to the rest of the world. And indeed, we do have to catch up to the rest of the world. But is it because we are weak, or is it because we've been undermined? And so we find that regardless of what that answer is, without making any commentary on that, each manifestation is a plasma inertia junction. So it becomes a midpoint. But a midpoint to what? It could be a midpoint to a lower level, it could be a midpoint to a higher level, or it could be a midpoint to a medium level. Whatever it is, it's a combination of dimensions. 3 dimensions of one transition matter with 3 dimensions of another transition matter brings together a transfer state dimension, and it gives you a choice which direction to go. And when you have this choice, one can make the conclusion one is right or what is wrong. But when we're looking at the transfer state from an energy standpoint, each energy transfer state is in a balanced state, which we call a maggrav. But then each side of that state is also a balance. So we have the atomic state, the nanostate, and the GAN state as a reference, which shows us different energy states. And we've been able to participate in each energy state by interacting energy states. So all of a sudden we have many possibilities. And so we have to choose. And we need some kind of simplicity. And the most simple is the plasma rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So this becomes a problem for us because when we have 2 forces come together, it becomes a conflict point, doesn't it? And that conflict point then becomes a binding zone. So is that binding good or bad? Well, I guess if you look at the outcome, if the binding zone is bringing you teamwork so that you can do more, be more, or it brings together war where you can damage more, and can you damage the other without damaging yourself? And so there's a trade-off, isn't there? The cost versus the benefit. Call that a cost-benefit analysis. And you determine, well, how much are you prepared to lose for how much you're prepared to gain? But is there a guarantee? There is a guarantee. By the plasma rule, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So you better know what you're feeding, because there's always a magnetical consistency, you see, because it always revolves around the neutron. The neutron is gravitationally neutral and is at the core. And then the electron is magnetical, it's negative, and it rotates around the neutron. Well, that's a very simple way to look at it, but there is a magnetical consistency, and that magnetical consistency is referenced to the electron. Now, if we say the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, we look at the gravitational strength feeding the magnetical, because the gravitational strength is stronger. But we have more electrons, and those electrons are also feeding. So if they're weaker, how can they feed? Excuse me. If they are weaker, how can they be acting as if they are stronger? And so this becomes an anomaly. And a lot has to do with our point of view and our terms of understanding. And so let's try and explain that even more, because there's always a magnetical dependency. And the two most important fields are the laws of attraction and laws of repulsion. So let's remember, attraction has the gravitational intensity, and the repulsion has the magnetical outintensity. But the attraction, you see, is only part of the feedback, and the repulsion is the actual feeding. So which is it? Is the electron feeding, or is the neutron feeding? And if one is stronger than the other, how can you determine which one's doing the feeding? And if one is doing the feeding, then the other one must be doing the feedback. So which is it? And this is the problem that is facing humanity's civilization, because we seem to have this dependency on contentious issues. And so our arrival on this planet seems to be a bone of contention also. And so when we look at the civilization and we look at the basic 7 civilizations, and we look at it through history, and we identify 7 of them because they all have the same story of the Great Flood. And so how is it possible for 7 civilizations to have the same story of the Great Flood and yet be different, be individual? And so, seeing as we're all part of the humanity's civilization, then why do we bother to identify ourselves individually? Why are some Asians and some, Middle Eastern and some Hispanic and some white, some black? Why all these differences? Why are we keeping track of those differences? And so, it enables the contentious issues, doesn't it? And that brings us to a subject today, because the whole purpose of the energy binding is for self-serving needs. And we've achieved that because we were born. So why do we continue in our lifetime to do the opposite? Take that energy binding at the expense of others who also need that energy of binding. And of course, that is the weakest, isn't it? So we have substituted the ability to get our energy from the highest source and taken it from the lowest source. And so it only stands to reason that if you interact with the lowest source, that only reinforces your position on the lower level. And that's where our problem stems from. And so through the cups of life, we've seen how we can elevate the energy levels from our emotional strength, our inner space, to produce the GANs. And we started with the physical wires and liquid and salt, and we created GANs of a higher energy. And the intermediate step, of course, was the nanocoating process. And so all of these GANSs were a radiance manifestation that created a CO2, calcium, zinc, copper, water, amino acid GANs. These are all GANSs. And so they are radiating energy through a field. And it's a higher energy. Higher than what? Higher than the basic element that you started with. So for instance, if we have a gold GANS, that is at a higher energy state, higher than gold. So all of these can be broken down into their elements. We too have elemental construction. Our emotion, our physicality, our soul is a combination of the interaction of the magnetical and gravitational field. So we have to look at each of these components as being an inertia field. And then bringing all three of these components together is an inertia field. So if we only look at the magnetical gravitational relationship, we say two fields, where 1 and 1 makes 2. But if we look at the cup of the soul, 1 plus 1 plus 1 creates 3. Well, what are the limits? How many more can we create? Who sets the limits? And why are there limits? And so if we look at the rest of the universe, then we say, well, wait a second. Why is our little tiny perfect world so tiny? When we look at the cup of the universe and we see the coming together of the emotion of the zinc and the physicality of the copper and the connection with the carbon, and we see that in our brain, we're able to bring these two together, the left side and the right side of the brain, to bring our individuality together. So with respect to the brain, the 1 and the 1 is 2, but with respect to the cup of the universe, 1 plus 1 plus 1 is more than 3. And the thing is, we still have the ganses, we still have the brain, and we still have the physicality. So it's more. Well, how much more? And so when we look at the grand central station of the Earth ganses, we see that there's an awful lot more. And they have different characteristics, different colors, different properties. And of course, we put them in a nice periodic table of consistency, which shows the Earth space range details. And so we see some important things that we constantly reference to, like the amino acids, which are the construction coming together from hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen. We see the mediums, the sodium, magnesium, potassium, and calcium. We see the emotional and physical constructs in the copper, zinc, gold, and iron. And we see the energy that is manifesting in the sulfur. And it's also is manifesting both in us as carbon beings, which are organic, and in the earth, which is inorganic, due to the fact that it's silicone-based. And yet the carbon and the silicone are in the same family. So we're all one happy family, aren't we? We need to remember that. That's why we came here. So in the beginning, in order to come here, something had to be here. And so the neutron came before the atom and the PM take. And so what are you? Are you the neutron? Are you the atom? Are you the electron, the proton, or the PM take? And where did you come from? Was it dark where you came from? And someone said, let there be light, and voila, here you are. And so the coming of the principal matter is a result of the PM ticks in their magnetical energy state, come together with the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter gen to bring together the plasmagen conversion, which is a MAGRAPH condition representing the inertia condition of those other three states. So when you look at the MAGRAPH, you don't look at the one result. Remember that it came together from the three different energy states. And then you have to remember that it came together from the PM ticks. And then you have to remember that these were just energy parceling units that came together from, well, somewhere else. And then you have to remember that the existence came somewhere. And so in order to manifest, it had to be an inertia field with the Earth space. So it seems like we have to take a lot into account. And it really, rocks our little tiny perfect world. But our tiny perfect world, the way that we see it, is basically a matter state dimension. And it's made of physicality and plasma. But the physicality is also plasma. So what is the difference? The physical can touch it and you can see it, but the plasma, you can't touch it and you can't see it. But in the physicality, being more dense, it's gravitational. And so it's part of the feedback. Whereas the plasma, being less dense, it's magnetical and it's part of the feeding. So somehow the feeding fed the feedback. So the plasma rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, this is where it comes into conflict, understanding. And so fundamentally, we're seeing many, many examples where man is feedback dominant. And so that's what we're reinforcing, our feedback, isn't it? So that becomes part of our core dependency to decide, are we electrons or positrons? Or are we neutrons and protons? It's kind of having a discussion with me and my shadow, isn't it? But there's a core dependency in terms of our MAGRAPH state. So one thing we have is a gravitational conformation. And what's important to understand is that the hydrogen is a representation of a gravitational conformation. And it has a fingerprint, a unique fingerprint. And that fingerprint is either an emission spectrum or an absorption spectrum. But it has to do with light. And that's your first clue. When you can see the light, that tells you it's physical. When you can see the color, that tells you it's physical. And so when you look at the oxygen spectrum, it too gives you a gravitational confirmation of the same thing. And you see the emission spectrum and it's unique. So you know it's oxygen and you know it's not hydrogen. But you know that it comes from light. And since you can see the light and you can see the color, then you know it's physical. And that's the rule. It's a very simple rule. And so we've been led to believe that everything that you see in color is everything. Well, everything that you see in color is everything that's in color, with the capabilities of everything that you can see. So can you see more? And that's where we come into the surface to volume ratios, which help us to identify the three belief feeding dimensions and the four experience feedback dimensions. You see, because when you understand the surface to volume ratios, then you understand which is negative. And understanding which is negative is very important in order to understand which is the giver. And then what constitutes the negative? And so based on the surface to volume ratio, the higher the surface to volume, the higher the negative charge. And that's the rule. And it's been a contentious issue because it's contrary to what some have been taught, but it becomes very important when you navigate. So we have two very important foundational navigation tools: surface to volume ratio and the plasma field strength feeding. Higher strength feeds the lower strength. So if, based on the surface to volume ratio, the smaller has a higher ratio, the smaller is negative. And so the positive feeds the negative. So the positive being the larger being the gravitational, the smaller being negative, the negative being magnetical. And so that's how you can figure it out. But we are the observer, and we're having trouble identifying which is which. And so what does that mean when we look at things and try and identify what it is? So if we were saying that 1 is an inertia feeding of 1, where 1 plus 1 equals 1. But which one? And so when we have this feeding, we know that the feeding is from 2, where we had the feeding of 1 plus the feeding of second 1, and to come together and they create the inertia of 1. So we can conclude that the coming together of the feeding inertias are greater than the feedback inertia. And we can conclude that the 1 is smaller. And then we can conclude that the 1 is negative. And if we understand that the negative is the giver, well, wait a second, didn't we say that the gravitational is the giver? Well, let's remember the rules. And so we find that if you're going to give, then and only then can you take. And if you want to take, then you have to give. So we come into a conundrum here where how can you give if you don't have? So in order to give, you have to have. So you have to have first before you can give. Whereas in the plasma science, you have to give before you take. And this becomes the confounding rule. And it's only confounding because of our society and the way we look at things. And that's what we need to talk about today, because all of us here are gravitational the same way the oxygen and the hydrogen were here. So when we say let there be light, well, you can also say let there be humanity. Okay, so here we are. And we're all part of the nuclear family, right? And as part of the nuclear family, we see that 1 plus another 1, all different, come together to create more than 3. And so we see that within the nuclear family, there are fragments. So we look at the nuclear complexity as being an inertia field of all the fragments. And you say, well, the nuclear feeding is larger than the fragments. And yet the fragments make up the components of the nuclear complexity. So in order to maintain the nuclear feeding inertia, there has to be a giving and taking. And this is seriously important. And the reason I bring this up today is because the European nations, and for those of you who are supporting the panel here from Europe, thank you very much, because there are European soccer teams playing right now as we speak. And so it becomes a competition of different nations. So when we look at the humanity's civilization broken down and say into 7 civilizations, but then we look at the number of countries that are on this planet, and it's close to 200, even more fragments, and even more contentions, even more competitions. So we find that it really affects our emotions. And that's what chakras are. Chakras are a fingerprint of our emotions. And so many of us have chosen to identify the chakras, and we allocate them to certain things. But isn't it interesting that we have the 7 basic civilizations, that we have the 7 basic chakras? But these chakras change color because they reflect our emotion. And that's one of the joys of soccer. And so it's very appropriate, because Europe is very emotional about its soccer. South America is very emotional about the soccer. And I really want to pick on one particular character, because it exemplifies everything that we're talking about. And it's really unfortunate for him, because he's a marvelous soccer player. And Brazilians know him as Vinicius Jr. And he plays for Real Madrid in the Spanish league, but he also plays for the Brazilian national team. Marvelous player. And if you've ever played sport, you know how wonderful it is, the wonderful feeling, the emotion, scoring a goal, and how euphoric you feel. And I often wondered, because I had a chance at a career in sports, and it was short-circuited, and was sad. But then I didn't understand what sports was all about. And so we looked at sports as an athletic event, and we looked at, say, wrestling as entertainment. And yet they were both reflecting of some kind of competition. And the truth of the matter is that sports is also an entertainment. And so you have someone like Vinicius, who is a tremendous talent, and people pay money to see that display. And not only do they see the talent, but they see the youth and the vitality. And as we all get older, that seems to diminish, and we accept that. And so we love to watch others who have this gift, and how they use that gift, and they entertain us, and we gladly pay for that. And as such, they become rewarded, and they become wealthy. And isn't that what it's all about? To be wealthy. wealthy with money, and to be adored by the public. And we're talking about millions of people around the world. But our chakras show our emotion. And for most of us, we can't see the chakras. People who are clairvoyant can see them, but our chakra levels tell the truth about us, because each of the colors means something. And so we try and attribute them to various parts of the body. And so this is not a class on what the individual components mean, but, you know, you can start with the reproductive system and go all the way up to the soul. And when I, being a Canadian, I didn't know much about chakras. And when I was introduced to this, and it isn't really the fact that I was Canadian, it's just that I wasn't exposed to this. Because understanding the nature of our emotion and the nature of our being is something more of the Far Eastern persuasion. They seem to be way more knowledgeable about that. And yet here we are, Christopher Columbus in the New World, discovering something that everybody knows. And when I look at the various people who, shall we say, give massages, do chiropractic work, or do healing, there's also a contentious issue. Do we go from the higher to the lower, or do we go from the lower to the higher? So, you know, we cannot even agree on this. So ironically, in the first instance, I was taught to bring the energy from the brain into the body and let that flow. And yet, when I see someone doing a massage, if it's a physical massage, I'm just making commentary from my own personal observation, not commenting on whether or not it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that some from the head to the base. And then I watched someone who massaged the spine, and it seems to be a focal point, massage from the bottom up. And yet that person did not touch the skin. They were massaging something else. And so they were massaging bindings. And those bindings were reflective of the flow of the chakras. The flow of the chakras. So if the mind is the builder, then the energy has to flow from the brain to the body. And the lowest energy state, of course, is our physicality in the reproductive cycle. And the highest energy is representative of our brain, which is the housing for the soul. And so the higher feeds the weaker. But when you become physically dominant, too many of us think the opposite way. In our physical prowess, might is right. And so we have to display our physicality, our strength, our virility, our matter state dominance. And so we have this contentious issue. So which is right? And the answer is actually both. And so here's where the problem lies. In idols. What is an idol? And so how do we go from adulation to idolatry? So all of us, we like to idolize. She is so beautiful, I wish I was like her. He is so smart, I wish I was like him. He is such a marvelous athlete, I wish I were like him. He is so young, I wish I were like him. And they are so wealthy, I wish I were like him. So we all idolize something. We kind of pattern our life that way. But most importantly, those we idolize want to be idolized. And that includes us as well. Say, oh, I idolize that. So isn't it nice to be idolized? So maybe I should be the idol. And then we see the problem begin. Whereas the idol, people serve you. And so you become idol. And one of those, shall we say, clues of becoming idolized is the length of the fingernails. And we see many of the ancient Chinese rulers, for instance, and they have these very long fingernails. I mean, really long. And so if you have long fingernails, it's very hard to do manual work. But when you have other people doing everything for you, maybe they do the thinking for you. So not only you become idle, but you become addle-brained. And what is the being addle-brained? It's where you become confused. And this is where we're at right now. We're confused and we're vague. And then, of course, this refers especially to thinking. And of course, an adult brain is a little brain. And since we have a tiny little perfect world, it only stands to reason that we have a tiny little perfect brain. And there are many synonyms for this, like befuddled, muddled, muzzy, woolly, woolly-headed, woolly-minded, confused, mentally confused, unable to think with clarity or act intelligently. You take your pick. They all are symbols of attraction, aren't they? Because it's the taking. Remember, the taking is part of the attraction. And in the plasma science, it's balanced by giving. So the taking is actually pulling. And once you have that taking, then it's enabling and it's positive. It's gravitational, right? When you take, you have more. So it becomes gravitational and it's part of the attraction. But that leads to ego abuse, where you take personal adulation. And so I'm picking on Vinicius Jr. because I see a problem. There's all taking and no giving as an extreme. Marvelous athlete, very useful, highly skilled, plays for club and country, and he's adored. And so he's taken that as a personal adulation. We don't know him personally. We only know him as an entertainer. But he's pulling personal idolatry. And that involves the enabling of personal abuse. As an entertainer, and especially a massively skillful someone, he has acquired positive personal wealth. And as such, is not only inflated his personal adulation and his personal idolatry, but also enabled his personal abuse. It's all part of his ego abuse. And I find this very amusing because it becomes a gravitational personal wind-up doll. And what do I mean by that? He takes an enormous amount of racial slurs, racial abuse, extreme criticism from the fans and in many stadiums around Spain. And there's a lot of abuse that's heaped on him, and it's kind of contradictory to the adulation that he receives. So the adulation he receives is from the people that he plays for. But the abuse that he receives is from people who he's playing against. And they found that they can really wind him up. And I must make a confession. There was one time in my playing experience, I'd only played as an amateur, is where I wound someone up. And it really feels good to wind them up, I must tell you. Because to see the reaction, you wind them up verbally, and it's as if their head explodes. And they go through a meltdown. But what's the result? The result is they get ejected from the game. And isn't that good for your team when the best player on the other team gets ejected? And so Vinicius Jr. gets ejected an awful lot, and he loses his temper very, very quickly because he gets wound up very easily. And the way he gets wound up is through verbal abuse. And why does he allow that to happen? Because he has demonstrated a belief in living the life of entertainment. In wrestling, there are good guys and bad guys. But, you know, without the bad guys, there wouldn't be any good guys. And without the good guys and the bad guys having a contentious issue, well, there wouldn't be any show. And so the fans, some root for the bad guys and some root for the good guys. And that's all part of the entertainment. It's a lot of fun. But in terms of Vinicius Jr., he's living the life of the entertainment. And he's denying the reality, because there's one thing for sure, that as he grows older, he will no longer have the personal adulation because he will no longer be playing for his team. And of course, he won't be having the youth. So that's one of the things that will also go. But you know what he will have? He will still be the wind-up doll. And that's the sad part about it. Because he doesn't see the game. He thinks the game is the way life should be. And this becomes a problem for us. We're all guilty of that. We all get wound up in what we do. And it's all part of the ego abuse. So what can we do to, shall we say, kill the ego? Well, we need to understand which direction the energy flows. And those who are clairvoyant can see the manifestation of this energy being the color of the aura. And so that's the first clue, that the color of the aura is physical because it's in color. And so if it's physical and yet it's an aura, aura is not that physical, like you can't hang on to it, but you can feel it. And unless you're clairvoyant, you can't see it. But you certainly can see when someone gets wound up and they become overcommitted to that particular thing. So you can see how people change in their emotion. And so which way are we looking at it? So what is that which you give your time and attention to? The focal point of your mind. And what is it that causes the contention? The focal point of our survival. And so that becomes our lust in space. But the whole purpose of life is for learning. And so that learning becomes part of our retention. And we can carry that forward generationally and transgenerationally. And so we can see that that creates now a qualified intention, and this becomes a representation of the lust for life. So we have a crossing over here, and it's not meant to confuse. It's to understand that our physical existence is gravitational. Our intention is magnetical. Our lust in space is gravitational, but our lust for life is magnetical. And yet, the magnetical as a negative is a giver, and the gravitational of the higher strength feeds the lower strength. So when we talk about the magnetical, the repulsion, that's the giving, is balanced by the taking. So there's a pushing, but there's also an accommodating. And so it's negative as a giver, identifying it as the magnetical force fields of repulsion. And that is the representation that we have in our physicality, which is an inertia field that is created by the chakra and the soul. So we find that what we need to be is feeding dominant, because that's the giving. What we are is feedback dominant, which is the taking. And so Vinicius truly doesn't understand. I thought he was being an entertainer, but frankly, you can see the way he leads his life on and off the field. He truly believes his entertainment is part of the life. So for his skill and for his excellence, he's getting a monetary feedback and adulation, but he's also getting abuse. And so for his reaction to that abuse, he gets more abuse. So what is he giving and what is he taking? And is that abuse a result of what the fans are giving him, or is that abuse of what he is creating? So his abuse is, in a way, his fault, because we create our own reality. When you compare his reality as an athlete and to others as athletes. And you find many athletes are adored, but they are not abused verbally the way he is. He's extra special, verbally abused. And the more he protests, the more he gets abused. Isn't it interesting? And so he would question his intention. His intention, of course, is to eliminate the racism. But through his actions, he only foments more. It's sad. So we understand that the path-link of susceptibility is based on the emission of attention and the emission of retention. And it interacts to create the emission of intention. So this creates a balance of contention, the contention of equality. No man should be abused. And it doesn't help when suddenly you score that goal that kind of neutralizes all the naysayers, and you throw oil on the fire by giving that one finger salute. And for some people, one finger is not enough. You have to get on the whole arm. And so all that does is heaps more abuse. So we see that the planes of our existence are in the three dimensions, the X, Y, and Z axis. And so if we look at the chakras, they are the same. They are created with respect to our physicality. They're based on our emission, and they're based on our emotion, which is highly changeable. And we go through the whole gamut from being very peaceful to being very cantankerous and all points in between. But the worst of all is when we lie, cheat, and steal, because that doesn't make the world go round. That just means that we are very physical. And so the inertia field becomes the dominant field. And there are various emotions that we go through, and even midpoints. And we change. Some of us are so changeable, it's unbelievable. We're not stable because we're products of our environment, and we get wound up. It's not a bad thing. It's a lot of fun. Huh. Well, what if it's destructive? Is that fun? For the sake of your emotion? Someone else has to suffer? Is that fun? Who is it fun for? Can you do one without the other? Can you be immune to that? So we see that there's a spectrum. And so we know that there's a high energy and there's a low energy. We also see that there's a high density and a low density. And then there is a comparison there. It goes from the ultraviolet to the infrared and all points in between. These are all the spectrum of light. And it's a balance between the gravitational and magnetical fields. And yet, when we look at it, it's such a tiny part of so many different frequencies. Other frequencies which we do not have the capability of seeing. And these frequencies also have a range, high frequency to low frequency. So the high frequency has the high energy, but the high density has the highest surface to volume ratio, meaning it is the smallest. So the smallest, which has the highest density, has the highest energy. And we have the capability of having an imagery of these spectrum. With radio waves, we have ultrasound. We can create that image. Obviously, we have photography and we have film. In the colored spectrum, we can see images. With X-rays, we can see images. Can we see images with the gamma rays or beyond? Well, why not? So now we know where the science is going. And if we see this, and those who are clairvoyant can see the chakras, but beyond the chakras, can we see the soul? Because those who are clairvoyant can see whether or not you're lying. And do you have to be clairvoyant to see that you're lying? Well, what else can we see? And that's what the future will bring. We can see the future. So we have various forms of image detection. We talked about photography and spectroscopy. There's microscopes, ultrasounds, thermography, right? Heat signatures, magnetic resonance, radar, sonar, X-ray. But then there's also the somatoscope, which ironically is illegal. We have satellites. Those are exclusive to the military. Night vision, again, very controlled. But there's clairaudience and there's clairvoyance. There's remote viewing. No one has dominion over those. And there are those who have stealth technologies, but they leave a signature trail in the chemtrails. And of course, advanced vision with the Hubble. And please stand by for the plasma vision that's coming. We all can see because we're all learning about the new transmutation process. So whether you're in the physical state, you can see the interdependence between the gravitational and magnetical fields. We can also see between the lower energy and the higher energy. And then even in the higher energy, same rules apply. The interdependency between the magnetical and the gravitational fields. So the inertia of the mind represents the same thing. So we see the interaction of the soul of the earth and the soul of the man, because those two things have to come together to manifest the physicality of man. Physicality of man cannot manifest without the physicality of the earth. So what we do know is that the soul of physicality emits a chakra. So that chakra is an emission of our interaction with the soul of the earth and the soul of the man. So the manifestation of the chakra is an inertia field. And it's from that that we have the manifestation of the physicality, which is an inertia field. So the same rules apply. So the inertia of the mind is also a combination of these fields. So we have to remember that everything that we see is a product. So what we experience is what we've created. It's not the other way around. So the roadmap to the plasma highway is where we have this intensity feeding, and it comes from the carbon-14 to the carbon-12. And then the feedback, which is the out-intensity feedback, back. And there's a gap. There's a 20% gap. between the efficiency of the feeding, which gives us 80% of what we need, and we're still short that 20%. And it puts us in a contentious issue where we have everything that we want: adulation, finance, glory, love, and we're still not happy because there's a deficiency. It has to do with man's disconnect, where man is hooked on everything that we see in the physicality, and we continue to feed it back. And we forget that the reason that we were outstanding athletes was God-given. The reason we had the talent because it was God-given. And our use is part of the feedback. And that feedback feeds back again. And so we get what we give. And we seem to think that that's enough. But it hooks us into a false sense of security. So we don't understand that the origin, book number 1, the matter state inertia coming together, the antimatter, dark matter, and matter, but in various strengths. Some are stronger, some are weaker. And based on the surface to volume ratio is the higher negative charge, and the negative is the giver. So here we come. Oh, where does it come from? Well, and there you go. So we have more than what meets the eye. And the soul will never lie. It always gives. And so the soul will give to the chakras, and the chakras interact and give to the physicality. And the physicality feeds it back. But we're short-circuited. There's a feedback short circuit. It puts us like a fish, hooked in the physical state. And you wonder if you're satisfied or are you hungry, because we're hooked on life. And we should be hooked on life. But life is more than just what meets the eye. So we have to understand that that 20% that we crave for feeding me is the small, tiny, perfect little world. And there's so much more. And not only is our existence dependent on that, but the earth space matter state also has an inertia exactly the same way. And all the individual field strengths are all fragments of the complexity. And so we are also fragments of that complexity, 8 billion of us. And frankly, it's not enough. We don't have enough people to do all the work. We don't. If you take the inventory, so much of us are preoccupied with contentious issues. We're more interested in pursuing idolatry through adulation than we are through the giving, extending the surface to volume ratio. And we find that all of us together, 1 + 1 + 1, is more than the combination. We all are adding to the field strength ratio. This is all part of the inertia of the humanity that's involving the earth. But not just us. It involves the plants. It involves the animals. It involves all living things, because this is all part of the matter state plasma, the matter state inertia. And it is all from the point of view of the observer. So we have this matter state physicality, which is very good because it gives us gravitational stability. But we are the observer. We are the gravitational neutron, and we can choose we can give in terms of our field strength as an observer, and we can change. That change comes about with respect to our susceptibility, understanding the three belief feeding dimensions and how they affect four experience feedback dimensions. So don't be the wind-up doll. Understand that it's a two-way street. You can't just blame because there's an attraction and a repulsion plus the magnetic. And there's a repulsion, attraction plus the gravitational. It's all part of the natural creation, natural decay. So you as the magrav plus your magnetical is part of your emission, and you as the magrav plus your gravitational is part of the absorption. And so before you absorb, you have to emit. So if you're emitting hatred, you will absorb that first. And that's how the Earth space works. And that's how the outer space. And where is this outer space? It's where the Earth space came from. It's where we came from. It's where everything that we see, including the chakras, came from. It's a manifestation of the coming together of the dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis. And so the universe is created the same way. It exists from energy. And because energy is always in motion, that's why it has a charge. It's a direction of motion. And since there's a motion, then things go from one place to the other. So all things are working in combination. So we look at the universal order of creation of matters, but each one is a universal order of creation of matter. And so how do we go from one matter to another matter? And that's through energy that is always in motion. So if we understand the soul food and tune into that, turn on to the power of the universe and drop out of our arrogance and our ego and understand that you provide the pattern, you will get the energy. And if you keep feeding that pattern and that energy that the pattern delivers could be abuse. So what do you want? Do you want peace and prosperity? Or do you want to substitute it for something else, some kind of gravitational dominance at the point of substitution? Because the intensity at that point equals zero and the outintensity equals zero. So all you have is the gravitational confirmation. That's what remains. And that's what dissolves. So that substitution point is that within that black hole. And this wonderful athlete has fallen into that black hole, not understanding what he's done and not understanding that he is the problem. He can't blame the fans. They pay for his services, and his services is to entertain. And they get suitably entertained by his tears, his frustration, and the amount of anger that he gets as a wind-up doll. And so all of us understand that we can go from one state to the other and beyond. But there's a barrier on the inside. There's a Coulomb barrier on the inside. And so we are now beyond Sanya. 1 year has passed. And we see the Earth-space consistency where all the periodic elements can manifest into the physicality, just like our reality, just like our physicality, and just like everything else. And so we realize that the strength of our field is based on the smallness. And so small spheres of matter state give us an Earth-based consistency, but it also is the barrier of our adult little brain. And we can see that in the graphs that show where, yes, we're trying to get into that transmutation space, but we're intense with our physicality, and our souls are on the bottom. And our souls are carrying the burrs, the hanging on, and the baggage that we carry. So how do we bounce off the MAGRAV? And is it just a midpoint, or can we change it? And so we see that the speed of rotation will affect the transmutation transition. And so this blue planet has a balancing of the intensity and intensity, and it is the color of blue. And so we know that when we see that color, we know that it's in physicality. But the pH of peace does not really have a color. There are many points on the field strength of the dove. So what we know is that the pH of peace is not visible. It needs reinforcing. It needs for us to give time and attention to it. It is lacking. It is lacking of our intensity and our intention. And so the call has gone out for all the research teams for the Keshe space plasma, because this is the true intention. We practice with the transmutation flight sessions. We have the next of 3, the March session coming up next week, and we'll conclude with the April session. And we continue to train to understand that our chakras are just displaying a transitional state, and how effective are we in that? Because in order to get to that transmutation, it transcends the inertia field. This transmutation dimensions, which are reflected in the laws of conservation, which govern the covalent, trivalent, and tetravalent bonding attributes. And it is those that allow us to bond with others. And so the containment of inertia is manifest through the contention of equality. Can't be more equal. The soul of man cannot be abandoned nor compromised. And so a racial slur doesn't matter what color you are, someone is always giving you a racial slur, because the color of man is based on the integration with the soul of the man. That's the integrity of the man. And so we set up an antenna to get this message feeding and feedback manifestation. So we create whatever we manifest. And so we have to do this transmission of energy by tuning the transitions, where we select one force, which is magnetical and balanced by a force selection of another, gravitational force. The resulting selections feed the MAGRAV manifestation. So this selection manifestation is predetermined. So can our friend stop the racial abuse? Can our friend be more of what he wants to be, and be more of what the world needs to be? He has to enlarge his schemes of reference, because your emission of intention consistently affects the standard folding deviation and leaves no room for war by choosing the peace dome of intention. So the transmutation manifests in balance with the peace dome. Our friend is not at peace, and he's not at peace with himself. And he's certainly not at peace with the fans doesn't understand the augmented reality. And we hope that he does, because there's a flux and a flow towards, to, into, within, through, and out of, from every charge, every form, all mass, matter, or substance. So intensify and extensify what we are. We are, and we need to be connected. That connection supports the flux of continuous change. And that connection is hooked on life. And we need to repeat this. And we have 582 weeks, the Knowledge Seeker workshops have been bringing us the greater oneness, the teachings that allow us to suddenly transcend the limitations of nuclear science. Suddenly, maybe months, maybe weeks, maybe years, not thousands and thousands and thousands of years. We've kept doing and repeating the same thing over and over. And guess what? We get the same results and the same abuse. It's time to stop. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Teachings of Plasma Science. So welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers, learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. You have to sign it with yourself, as well as sign it with the planet. Choose it all. Sign it with true intention. Because egos thrive in the three-dimensional feedback inertia of idolatry. And self-importance is the feedback inertia of adulation. And can man go into outer space without a peace dome? Not really. And is the inertia of the present governed by the dimensions of history? If we allow it. So how do we impart the importance of self in a universal context? We have to be wise in feeding the chakra levels, traveling the physical transmission dimensions. The plasma science is delivered daily via the peace dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And this is the end of the lesson. I hope you all enjoyed it and were suitably entertained.
Well, I could say amen to that, Alex. Fine job. But then, of course, we understand the amen is an idol of sorts. And one day we'll look up that statue. So we say, great job. And thank you for sharing this wide understanding. As Mr. Keshe said, it's not the quantity, it's the quality. And you certainly deliver quality. So thank you for sharing. Let's see if any of the participants have anything. I've never been familiar with the chakras. I've heard of them, and obviously there's something to them. But Mr. Keshe has made a number of comments on chakras and so on and so forth. And as far as these sports games, gosh, years ago I came to the conclusion this is really a soap opera for men, and I guess a lot of women as well. More with these team personalities and players. And hopefully we can come one day to this win-win situation that they play for the love and the beauty of the game rather than the winner or the loser. And this is just another thing that I think will change in time as we become more peaceful. And of course, changing our feeding dimensions should make us a bit more peaceful as we decide to destroy less entities to maintain our own. I think this is the way it will go in the future. And again, systems being provided for this to happen, to move away from the killing and to explore the universe. So great job, Alex. And let's see, anyone have a question or a comment or a thought they'd like to share? Okay, normally we conclude about this time. We can go a little later since we started later, but I know in Europe and other areas it's quite late. It's after midnight, I believe, or after 11, which may not be too late.
Well, of course, some Europeans are celebrating their team's victory, and others are drowning their sorrows in their team loss. Both, of course, are probably drinking beer.
Right, just the way the abuse of the resources on this planet are going to be changed. It's nothing that I've created or done to make that happen, but within the Keshe Foundation and this advanced space technologies, there's all sorts of systems to end the abuse of resources, the abuse of the man, and so on. So we're very fortunate to be here. This will be one of the greatest years, and we'll just continue elevating from here. I think the whole nature of the discussion will be moved towards this advanced technology and, of course, finding out who we are in the universe, which, again, as he said, it's taken us 6,000 years to get to this point, and we've only been teaching about the soul and the central energies, and just for about 4 years. So we've made quite a bit of progress, but there's still quite a bit more to go. Anyone want to talk about the chakras or this understanding? And the one we had a bit of a discussion about Mr. Keshe saying the soul was outside of the body. It's never been inside the body. And maybe that's because we're connected to this creator of the creators. Again, I would still think it's within the body, but he did say something, the soul has never been in the body. But he's also said about the chakras, he said, I don't believe in the chakras, especially the seventh one, which I think is that little ball above the top of the head. But yet there is some anomalies, as he said in the last workshop. The soul is outside of the physicality when he was talking about the copper and the nano coating, meaning the soul was in the nano coating, which was a magnetic field outside of the copper. So again, it's for us to sort of take it the way you want to take it and how it befits you, and continue to add to your understanding. Yes.
That's a really important point you brought up, because, you know, if the soul is within in the head at the crossroads between the ears and the eyes and the nasal passage, it would have to be extremely small, and then at that point it has an extremely high surface to volume ratio. It becomes extremely negative, and so the soul becomes the giver. If the soul is outside of the body, then of course it's going to be much larger, which at that point is going to be more positive and therefore gravitational. And at that point, the gravitational becomes part of the feeding. So the soul is then clearly demonstrating a duality where it can be the giver in the magnetical state and it can be the giver in the gravitational state. And this is what we have to realize, that if we are in the feedback dominant physical state, then that's only half the picture. We're missing the feeding dominant state. And this is where the awareness comes in. So if we have to look at our physicality as being an inertia field combining the feeding dominance and the feedback dominance, because both are part of the learning experience. The feeding comes from everything that the universe is learning. The feedback comes from everything that you're learning. And so the feeding has to be adjusted. And if you're disconnected, then you're not only not getting the adjustment in terms of the feeding, but you're not getting what you need because the feedback is not there. And I think, you know, we're all guilty of that. But this is not a condemnation of our feelings and shortcomings. We are trying to say that there's more that we have to take into account. So this is not a commentary of whether it's good or bad. It's not a commentary when you see the chakra and it represents the current emotional state. It can change. But can it be changed physically? There are physical actions that we can take, but they convey an emotional context. That it's the emotional context that affects it. So we need to be more sophisticated in the way we operate. And this becomes very, very difficult to understand, especially when might makes right. And that's the rule that we follow. So if we understand that the reason we have that might is because that is the inertia product of the feeding. So it is not for us to take that might and then impose it on someone else who doesn't have that mightiness. But use that mightiness to create an environment that allows them to elevate to your level of mightiness. Well, if they elevate to your level of mightiness, then you could come of the opinion that you're no longer mighty. You know, because in order for me to be mighty, someone has to be weaker. And if they are as mighty or mightier than me, then I lose my mightiness, and in fact, I become weaker. Well, is that what I want? Well, it all depends on what is your intention. And so if your intention is to facilitate the mightiness of the teamwork, then you will find that you become a part of a larger scheme. And when you're part of a larger scheme, then you are more mighty. And this is why artificial intelligence will never, ever exceed the mightiness of humanity, because the humanity created it. And it gives it strength. And so it'll be elevated. But it will not be elevated at the expense of our ability to continue feeding. It will only elevate us to be able to feed more. And in that process, we find that we would be more efficient, more skillful, and as a result, we become more capable. And when you become more capable, that puts you on the road to fulfilling your responsibility. Because one of the things about having responsibility is being able to fulfill your responsibilities. And you can't do that if you're not equipped, if you're not prepared, if you're not trained, and if you're not mighty. So we have to get mighty through our intention. And when we give that intention on behalf of, then we are giving more than we are taking. And so we have to have the possibility of taking more. And as long as we keep giving, the more we give, the more we can take. And so we have to give to the higher strength so that we can take from the higher strength, not rob and cheat the weaker strength. And one of the clues is to understand that the true intention is exhibited by the chakras, which are representative of the soul of physicality. And so that tells you everything that you need to know, whether or not to engage or to seek refuge. But avoiding the conflict is very important. However, it's our responsibility to ensure our security. So we need to set up the proper barriers in order to create that field of refuge and not allow abuse. So,
yes, and apparently we're going to have to look out for that or watch out for that in the universe as well. Apparently there's a number of beings who'd like to co-opt you into their universe. Maybe saying, you know, you'll be able to take. I can just imagine a soul going into the universe and not knowing how to feed itself, and is quite in need of energies or fields, and then meets a charlatan of sorts and sort of capitulates to this taking and feeding or a different way. So
the
I think,
thing,
yeah,
that's a really good point, Mark. So sorry if I could just interject.
yeah, please.
The point being is that right now we have the impression, or we give the impression, that we are a bunch of losers. But the thing is, if we keep doing the things that keep us losers, then nothing will change. But if we use that as a learning exercise and then we apply it, we apply what we learned, then it gathers the strength. So if you want to join a team and they are nothing but winners, they don't know what it's like to lose, that team is missing something. They will be in a shock. But if you have a team that has done a lot of losing, but yet each time they lose, they elevate their position, well, that's a team that you want to go for, because that is a team that is changing the way that they are operating. You don't do what you did before and expect different results. You incorporate that which you have made a mistake and you change. And then with that, you try again. So it's not the losing, it's what you do as a result of the losing. And then you find in the competition of life, if you will, if you want to put it that way, the losers become the winners. And it's not a matter of winning or losing. There is something else that's missing in life. And so if your life revolves around your physical attributes and your youth and your strength, which are also representative of your physical attributes, what happens when that diminishes? What's left? And this is the whole point. There's more that meets the eye. And so what meets the eye is the inertia field. So open up and let, shall we say, the sunshine in. Thanks so much, Mark, and thanks everybody for allowing me to present. I hope you've enjoyed this little journey into the entertainment world.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Anyone else have a comment or a question or something they'd like to share? I want to play Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, become a trial volunteer. And of course, you don't have to interact with the doctors to be a trial volunteer. You can buy small products out of the Keshe Foundation store and give feedback. I think that's what a lot of these products are for at this point in time, for you to give feedback to confirm the team is on the right track or they're accomplishing what they set out to do. So whether you participate in the transmutation session or you buy small products from the Keshe Foundation store, it's all keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. And you're a trial volunteer, as I see it, in both ways. Okay, if there's no other thoughts, questions, comments? All quiet? That's fine. Thank you again, Alex. Thanks to each and every one of the participants. We're all going to have a larger role or be part of a team, I think, as he's assembling experts in certain fields. Whatever befits you, you may join and probably be part of that expert team. As we heard, Mr. Keshe is calling the plays, even though this is not a sporting team, but he's an excellent manager. And we're trying to run the plays. And of course, a lot of the plays have to do with ourselves and our understanding about ourselves and some of the capabilities we're going to put into practice. And this is another part of the teaching where we do need to practice until we become a bit more proficient in this whole understanding. All right, if there's no other questions or comments, we'll play Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, become a trial volunteer. Then the final disclaimer in the meeting will come to an end. Thank you all again and have an amazing rest of your day. Thank you again, Alex, and for your time and patience with all of us. Okay, here we go.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child. And you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow a tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create the condition? Would you like to change the screen, please, Greg? Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby, the way we did with a tooth, from thousands of kilometers away, without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.